as Johnny G gets caught here. I'm trying to say hello to everybody in the chat room there. Well, hello everybody, and welcome to Vinyl Treasures. I'm your host, Johnny G, John Galindo. Better late than never. Just had a little bit of a mishap here, very late in the game, but I'm glad you can join me on this Saturday evening, May 18th, 2024, for the 50s and early 60s edition of the Vinyl Treasures show, as I feature 1950s and early 60s 45's out of my collection chronologically here on Saturday evening. It's a big show. Thank you all those of you that have submitted requests that I was able to pull out. Found some requests that were misfiled, and it was very upsetting because they were in the right place. They just did not look well. I will talk about it when I get to it. But anyway, so thank you all for being here. Again, if you're new to the program, please subscribe to my YouTube channel. You just click the bell to receive all notifications, but you have to be signed into YouTube in order to do that. You can come up with a name, or we can make up a name or whatever, and we have lots of regulars here in the chat room this evening, so thank you all again for being here. And we opened up the show with this cool instrumental by this great saxophonist, born in West Virginia, but he grew up in Columbus, Ohio. His real name, Royal G. Bryant, and but we know him as Rusty Bryant. First recording for the Carolyn label, a 45 that I do have in my collection, that a song called Castle Rock. I think eventually it was picked up, or it was released by Dot Records, but that was like a King custom press, which is pretty cool. But from 1950, in 1953, he signed with Randy Wood's Dot label, and I should say that in late 53, he had about 12 releases on Dot. We just heard his sixth from May of 1955, a song called Hot Fudge. If you like hot fudge on your ice cream, I sometimes do. That's May 1955. Rusty Bryant and the Carolyn Club Band on Dot Records. Hot Fudge is the name of the tune. Well, I was going to give you the members, but we don't want to waste any time. I do enough babbling as it is. But this is the only song tonight that I inserted into the program. It's our opener. As you know, I like to start off with an up-tempo, actually a couple, but only one tonight. And this group is from Brooklyn, New York. It's on Thomas Robinson's Atlas record label. Now, I played the flip of this, I think, for Matey Campboy. She requested a song called Betty Jean, but this is the A-side of the 45. The lead singer on this previously sang with the Wrens. He did lead on Begging for Your Love. His name, Frank Frenchy Concepcion, but he would change his name when he joined this group to Frank Lopez, and he wrote this tune. The group is called The Travelers. It's with Cliff Driver and the orchestra, great backup orchestra backing this group up from August 57. Let's open up with vocal portion with The Travelers on the Atlas label, and the song called Lenora.
Da 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 doom ba da doom ba da doom ba da doo da 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 doom ba da doom Lenora, boom 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 da da da
Lenora, your dark eyes are shining in the night. I am finding sweet love for you. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Lenora, I really love you so. I'll never let you go, 'cause you're mine, Lenora.
boom 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 boom.
On the night that we parted, where love was meant to be, and now I'm broken hearted. Why can't you seem to listen to me, oh Lenora? I really love you so. I'll never let you go. Never forget Lenora.
da doom ba da doom ba da do 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 do.
We'll send that one out to all the Lenoras out there tuned into the Vinyl Treasure Show, if there are any. But there you go, August 1957. The Travelers on Thomas Robinson's Atlas record label, their tune called Lenora, a group out of Brooklyn, New York, and that is Frank Lopez on lead. You know, we count down the music chronologically here on the Vinyl Treasure Show, so we're going to fill a request now for listener Frank Gingaro in our YouTube chat room. Now, the lead singer of this group was formerly a member of the Ink Spots. He was born in Mounds, Illinois, but after he left that group, he formed his own group. He called them the Brown Dots. They began recording for the Manor label in 1945, but in mid 1949 they recorded one on Bob Shadd's Castle label. Now, this was first issued back in mid-1949 on a 78. It came out on a 78. But Marvin Pod doesn't know why it was released in 1952 on a 45. And this comes both on red vinyl and also on black vinyl. I got this one on red vinyl. I remember buying it from Mike and Carol Demersion. I used to meet them at the tri-state shows that I used to attend on the weekends when Johnny G wasn't doing a radio show or internet show. But it features Deke Watson on lead. This is by request for Frank Gingaro in our YouTube chat room. Mid-1949, Deke Watson and the Four Dots on the Castle label. It's called Strange as It Seems.
As strange as it seems, we're in love again. When we both agreed we were through, we said goodbye and we told the friends we knew that you and I had found someone new. But somehow in dreams you were always there. Then one day we met, I'll never forget. I'm glad that love is blind, for now I find I love you more than before. It's strange, but it's true, strange as it seems. Oh.
Yes, as strange as it seems. Honey child, here we are in love again. You know, when we both agreed that we were really, really, really through, we jumped up and said goodbye, and we told all the friends that we knew. You know what we told them? We told them that you and I had gone and found somebody new. You know that ain't gonna do. But darling, somehow in dreams, oh, you're always there. I don't know. You know, darling, I'll never forget the day that we met. Lord, I'll never regret.
I'm glad that love is blind, for now I find I love you more than before. It's strange, but it's true, strange as it seems.
That's a 45 that plays pretty nice, I gotta say. There you go. That's by request for listener Frank Chingaro in our YouTube chat room. That's Deke Watson and the Four Dots. Mid-1949 originally with that release, and it came out on a 78. It's on the Castle label, Castle Records, a label owned by Bob Shad. Deke Watson and the Four Dots with Strange as It Seems. Let's continue here, and up next we move into 1951. Well, that was really 52, but I had put it in the 49 slot, but this is a 45 out of 1951, and it's a request for listener Tom Shaughnessy. This group first recording for the National label back in 1949, but they signed with Decca Records in 1950. They would have 8 releases for the Decca label. Now, Tom requested their 4th. It features Ollie Jones on lead. Now, Ollie was previously a member of the Ravens, and but here he is with his group called The Blenders from January 51. The Blenders on the Decca label. It's called Little Small Town Girl. And wait, Charlene didn't put the long title. With the Big Town Dreams. This is for Tom Shaughnessy.
Little small town girl with your big town dream, why don't you stay where you are? Little small town girl with your big town scheme, you needn't reach for a star. Little dream that you're looking for, you'll find in the arms of the boy next door. Little small town girl, all your big town dreams will come true in your own hometown. Each little dream that you're looking for, you'll find in the arms of the boy right next door. Little small town girl, all your big town dreams will come true if you'll only stick around. So stay in your own hometown.
There you go. That's for listener Tom Shaughnessy. Tom Shaughnessy, those are the Blenders. The Blenders there with Ollie Jones on. Did I say that right? Yeah, I was talking to my mother on the phone, by the way. Ollie Jones on lead, January 1951. That's on the Decca record label. Little Small Town Girl is the name of the two. Now, after Decca, they had other releases on MGM and JD. I have featured them here on the program. Of course, Ollie Jones would then leave the group and form the Q's. The Q's have some great records, backed up a lot of great artists during their career. Johnny G's here on a Saturday evening. This is the 3rd show of the week, the 78 show, which is the Thursday show. That has an amazing turnout, and I've received so many more emails to continue with the 78, so I will do that. It's just more difficult for me to play the 78s, but they sounded so good, especially if they're clean. because I have a lot that aren't so clean, but I will continue with that. Going to have to start preparing right away after this show this evening. But again, Wednesday evening is the All Soul Show, so if you like soul music, you want to tune into the Wednesday night show beginning at 9 p.m., 9 to midnight. Also broadcasting simultaneously on Oldies and More Radio. Then we're back here on a Saturday evening filling your requests here as we are in the year 1951. Let's fill a request for listener Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat room. This is the third of 5 for this group on the Columbia record label. It features Maith Marshall on lead. You'll also hear the bass of Jimmy Ricks come in from January 1951. Let's give a listen to the Ravens on the Columbia label, going out to Gordy Freeman. It's called You Don't Have to Drop a Heart to Break It. This is for Gordy.
You don't have to drop a heart to break it. You can break it with an unkind word or two. You don't have to see it fall like Humpty Dumpty off the wall. You can break it when you make it sad and blue. You promised that you would always love me. You broke that promise when you told that lie. You don't have to drop a heart to break it, 'cause you broke mine the night you said goodbye. No, you don't have to drop a heart to break it.
You can break it with an unkind word or two. You don't have to see it fall like Humpty Dumpty off the wall. You can break it when you make it sad and blue.
Oh, you promised you would always love me, love me.
Well, you broke that promise when you told a lie.
No, you don't have to drop a heart to break it, 'cause you broke mine the night you said goodbye. On the night you said goodbye to me.
The night you said goodbye.
That's the great sound of the Ravens. Whoops. Great sound of the Ravens here on the Vinyl Treasure Show by request for Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat room, January 1951 on the Columbia label. You Don't Have to Drop a Heart to Break It, the great Maith Marshall on lead. Of course, that's their third of 5 for the Columbia record label. Let's move into 1953, and we for this request for listener Chris Reed, we go to Morty Shad's Jax, J-A-X records for this group. They're called the Ramblers. But this group is not to be confused with the other group that recorded as the Ramblers on the MGM record label. They were really, that group on MGM was really Bobby Hall and the Kings. This is a different group altogether, and this is another I have on red vinyl, and it's their only release from October 1953. This is going out to Chris Reed, the Ramblers on Jax. It's called 50-50 Love.
I love you when you kiss me, I'm so high. out of here. 60-40 love won't do. 60-40 love won't do. If it had 50-50, baby, I'm through with you. I love you where you love me, the way you hold me tight. For someone else to share you, baby, I did right. 60-40 love won't do. 60-40 love won't do. If it had 50-50, baby, I'm through with you. I want you when I want you, so lay it on the line. Don't wanna hear you tell me, baby, please, all the time. Can't you see? Not to me. If it ain't 50-50, baby, I'm through with you. Go, go, go! The nickels and $1 worth of dime, but 60-40 love and it just tastes the time. 60-40 love, can't you see? Not to me. If it ain't 50-50, baby, I'm through with you. Baby, I'm through with you.
Yeah, I like that tune. Always did like that tune. There you go. That's going out to lost my place. Chris Reed there, October 1953, The Sound of the Ramblers. The Ramblers on the Jax, J-A-X record label. 50-50 Love is the name of the tune. The flip side's an excellent ballad, Search My Heart. I think that's the flip of that, if I'm not mistaken. And we will get that one on next week, if I have time to get it in. But anyway, thank you all for being here. I'm your host, Johnny G. This is the third show of the week. I don't think I said hi to everybody in the chat room. They're going to have to go back there and say hello. If I missed anybody, I apologize for that. But thank you all for tuning in here to the program as we count down the music chronologically here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. And let's stay in 1953. Actually, here we go with I featured a lot of colored vinyl. Somebody was it last week or Thursday said, why don't you do an all-colored vinyl show? I probably could. I'd have to go through the 150,000 records and pull out the colored vinyl. But here is another vinyl. We had... Actually, that one there is kind of changing color a little bit, although the Castle 45 looks pretty nice there, nice and clear. This is on what's called Kitty Red vinyl. That's what they call it. And this is a request for listener Josue Perez. It's an ultra rare 45 as we go to Philadelphia, PA. I bought this from a record dealer, Don Folletti. He sold me this 45. The group was discovered by the label owners Jerry Halpern and Ed Krenzel, who signed them to their Southern record label. Now, it features Ernest Sonny Smith on lead. I think that's it. It looks like I forgot the T. But anyways, from January 53, they're called the Buccaneers. The Buccaneers on the Southern label. The song is called Dear Ruth for Josue.
That I long for. Do you think you could feel the way I do? Let's try it all over and make my life divine. For my darling, I'll always love you, no matter come what may. Dear, I need you, 'cause you're the only one. Oh, my darling, I'll always love you, no matter what I need you, 'cause you're the only one.
As by request for Josue Perez. I wonder if that would sound any better if I played it with a 78 needle. You know what I'm saying? It's possible that it might. Because I'm planning to be playing some records from 1960 for Adrian with a 78 needle, believe it or not. But that one there, January 1953, those are the Buccaneers on the Southern label. Song entitled Dear Ruth. That's going out to Josue Perez in our YouTube chat room. And then what happened was Eddie Heller would purchase the masters of this song in April of 53 and re-release it on his Rainbow label, only as a 78 though, didn't come out as a 45. This is on a 78 too, probably plays fantastic. Maybe not, but probably does, I would have to say. Then later the group would sign with George Goldner's Rama Records. They had two more. Don't request those because I don't have them. But this song would later be covered in 1963 by the Universals on the Ascot label. That I do have. But you know the story with this Dear Ruth record? I mean, I forget when I bought it from Don Folletti, but I had a chance to get this record years and years ago. So, you know, when Discoveries and Goldmine magazine, you know, every month there'd be auctions there. So there's a little ad there with the King's. I think it's the Count's Castle, okay? And that's the Count, that's Bob Ellis. So anyway, I knew Bob from the shows, pain in the neck to deal with, of course, and records that were always trash. But sometimes you can get a deal with him. And I know Greg used to tell me, well, you know, he didn't know about this soul record, so I got it really cheap, and then he sold it for whatever. But anyway, so he has this record in the auction. So he's got $3,000. He called it mint. I don't know if it was mint. Probably not, because his mints are like VG pluses. He's the opposite way versus other dealers who go, you know, undergrade. So anyway, I called him up and I said, Count, I said, look, I need that record. I said, and it was, I think, a couple weeks into the auction. So I said, look, I'll give you $2,500 for the 45. So he said to me, are you kidding? I says, what do you mean? He said, I'm not going to sell that to you for $1 less than $3,000. I said, well, listen, I'm just telling you, you need money. He says, well, I found the record in a thrift shop. I went to get a liverwurst sandwich down in downtown Philadelphia, and there was a long line, so I went into this thrift shop, and there were 6 records on red vinyl. on Specialty, on Southern, and some other labels. So I said, what did you pay for the records? Well, they were like 10 cents. I said, so listen, so you're telling me that you paid 10 cents for the record, you don't have that much in it, and I'm offering you $2,500. I said, do not call me. If you don't sell that record at the end of the month, do not call me back, because I will not buy it. If you're going to call me back at the end of the month, I'll give you $2,000 for it, because I want the record, and I'll give you $2,500 for it. Plus your conditions are off. He goes, no way. Okay, so I didn't get it. But what happened was my phone rings the day after the auction ended. Mr. G, hi, it's the Count. I'm ready to sell the record for $2,500. I said, what did I tell you? I said, you call me like 3 weeks later. I said, no, $2,000. I'll buy the record from you. And this is a long time ago. Okay, a long time ago. So he said to me, are you kidding? I wouldn't sell it for $1 less. I said, you said you need money for your heat. $2,000. He says, no, I'm not selling. He hung up on me. I said, okay, fine. I says, I don't get it. And I didn't get it until I got it from Don Folletti. And then what happened was, eventually, 9 years later, he sold the record for $2,000. Greg actually sold it for $2,000, and Greg kept $500 and gave the Count $1,500. So there you go. So he could have had $2,500 8 years ago. Of course, he wasn't thinking right, but anyway, I digress. It's part of the collecting hobby here. Anyway, let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show as I get off on a tangent here. We just heard the Buccaneers from January 53 for Josue Perez, and we stay in 53. Got another one in 53 as we head out to Los Angeles, California with this request. For listener Gordy Freeman, he requested the Flares on the Bahari Brothers Flare record label, for which they were named after. And this is the group's third release on Flare, written by group member Richard Berry. It features the great Cornell Gunter on lead. We go to November of 1953. Give a listen to the Flares on Flare for Gordy. It's called You Should Care for Me.
I know all grass is green. I know that you aren't mean. I know for me. Oh, I know all trees are tall. I know you don't care at all. I know you should care for me.
Now everybody, somebody's child. My mother used to say, oh son, don't you fall in love. You regret it till your dying day.
The Lord above to give me back my love. I know you should care for me. I ask the Lord above, to give me back my love. I know You should care for me.
Oh, that's a great tune there by request for Gordy Freeman. They like that one there in the YouTube chat room. That's Cornell Gunther and the Flares from November 1953 on the Flare record label. You Should Care for Me is the name of the tune. Let's move into 1954 now with a request for listener Oldies Fan in our YouTube chat room, a.k.a. Joe Smith. And we go to Dootsy Williams' Dutone record label for The Sound of the Penguins. And this is their follow-up to Earth Angel was a song called Love Will Make Your Mind Go Wild. But Joe requested the flip side of the 45. This is the intended B-side. Their third release for the Dutone label. This charted number 5 on WLYN in Lynn, Mississippi. It features Curtis Williams on lead. Let's go to November 1954. Here are the Penguins for Oldies Fan on the Dutone label. It's called Ookie Ook for Joe.
Oh baby, oh baby, oh, I am doing that boogie, oh baby, oh baby, oh, I am doing that boogie, oh baby, oh baby, oh, I am doing that boogie, oh. Walk 3 steps forward, you walk 3 steps back. You stand and face your partner, turning back to back. You snap your fingers, turning left and right. Facing home, your partner, man, it's really alright. Oh baby, oh baby, oh, I am doing that boogie, oh baby, oh, I am doing that boogie, oh. You shuffle to the left, you shuffle to the right. Put your knees together and you tip real light. Then you clap your hands, turn around and about. Then make a wiggle and then you shout. Oh baby, oh baby, oh, I am doing that boogie, oh baby, oh, I am doing that boogie, oh. To side, you lift one foot and then you glide, then you grab your partner and swing on out. That's what the ookie ook is all about. Oh baby, oh, I am doing that ookie ook. Oh baby, oh, I am doing that ookie ook.
That's another cool 45 there, I gotta say. There you go. That's going out to Oldies Fan in our YouTube chat. And that's The Sound of the Penguins, their third release on Dootsy Williams' Dutone record label from November 1954. That is the B-side to Love Will Make Your Mind Go Wild, which was a follow-up to Earth Angel. It's called Ookie Ook. Yes, that is a cool tune, I have to say. Johnny G here on a Saturday evening. If you're new to the program, please subscribe to my YouTube channel. If you want to send me a request, you can do that at vinyltreasures@aol.com. That is the contact number. If you have the request, I got to get them early Tommy, I saw your I Am on Facebook. I have that record from 57. I will feature it for you next Saturday night. But let's continue here. We are in the year 1954. Let's fill a flip side request for listener Daryl Letts in our YouTube chat. Now, last week, as we go back to Philadelphia now, as last week I filled a request for Bill Schmaltz. He requested the Capris on the Gotham label, their debut single. Actually, I think it was it the B-side? I can't recall if it was, but the song was called That's What You're Doing to Me. But Daryl Letts requested the flip side here. Again, it features a female lead with male backing. Renee Hinton's her name. And I remember hearing this on the Time Capsule show when I was just in high school. Let's go to August 1954. This is for Daryl Letts, the Capris on Gotham. It's called God Only Knows, for Daryl. There you go. That's going out to Daryl Letts in our YouTube chat. And that's the sound of the Capris out of Philadelphia on the Gotham record label from August 1954. Renee Hinton, she's the lead singer. God Only Knows. You know, that was a record I got from The Count sometime in the 1980s, hemming and hawing. And that's the first press, by the way, for you collectors out there. The blue label is the first press. I think the next one is the shiny red, and then it's the yellow label is the third press on that. Johnny G here on a Saturday. Again, if you're new to the program, don't forget to subscribe to my YouTube channel, but you have to be signed in to YouTube in order to do that. As we are in the year 1954, let's go to Baltimore, Maryland for this next group, and this is a request for listener Edmund Williams. I saw Edmund in our YouTube chat. I don't know if he's working tonight, but he requested this tune. This group recorded 12 for the Atlantic label between 1951 and 1957. Now, Edmund requested their sixth on the Atlantic label, and this was recorded October 1951 but not released until April 54. Normally the lead singer of this group is Ernie Warren, but not on this one. The lead singer on this is Lance Tarver, and he also wrote the tune. Let's go to April of 1954 for the Cardinals. The Cardinals on the Atlantic label for Edmund Williams. It's called Please Baby.
Baby, please, baby, please come back to me. Please, baby, please. Baby, please, baby, please come back to me. Please, baby, please. Living all by myself is a whole lot of misery. I'm all alone in the dark. Please, baby, please. I'm all alone in the dark. Please, baby, please. Well, there's one thing to do. Hold your picture close to my heart. I'm lying on my pillow with a soul full of pain. If you don't come back, baby, you'll drive me insane. Baby, please, baby, please come back to me. My tears are falling down like the leaves from a weeping willow tree. The night that you left me, I got drunk and went to bed. I was so blue and lonesome, started talking out of my head. Baby, please, baby, please come back to me. Baby, please. I'm rolling in my sleep like a ship on a stormy sea. Baby, come back to me. Please, baby. Please, baby. Please, baby, come back to me.
That's the sound of the Cardinals here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. That's by request for listener Edmund Williams. Edmund Williams in our YouTube chat room. That is their sixth release on the Atlantic label, not with Ernie Warren on lead. That featured Lance Tarver on lead, April 54. Please Baby is the name of the tune. Please Baby, subscribe to my YouTube channel. And you should do that if you have not yet already done so. So thank you all for being here. Hope you're digging on the tunes. You know we play the music by year. We are in the year 1954. more, and let's go to Detroit, Michigan now with this request for listener Mike Sape in Connecticut. He wants to send this one out to Joe Shacatano and Jimmy Amato. I don't think I saw Jimmy Amato earlier. Maybe I missed him. But this group first recorded as the Thrillers on the Big Town record label. Then they signed with Sid Nathan's Deluxe Records. They had 5 releases on Deluxe. This is their third. It features Joe Murphy on lead. He also wrote the tune. Let's go to August 1954 and give a listen to the 5 Jets on Sid Nathan's Deluxe label by request for Mike Sape in our chat room, sending it out to Jimmy Amato and Joe Shacatano. The 5 Jets with Tell Me You're Mine.
Oh, my love is yours, your love is mine. Hoping you'll believe in me, but still, my darling, won't you tell me you're mine? You haunt my heart, too late to start. You're the one that said goodbye. Still, my darling, won't you tell me you're mine? Yes, you said you didn't love me. I believe it's true, darling. I still love you. You hated my guts, darling. Tell me why? Why did we have to part? Oh, my love is yours, your love is mine. Hoping you'll believe in me. Still, my darling, won't you tell me you're mine?
As Johnny G is wandering around here in the studio here, as I didn't get to show you this next record, but you will see it soon enough. But anyway, there you go. Great tune there by the 5 Jets from August 1954. That's with on Sid Nathan's Deluxe record label, and that is by request for Mike Sape in Connecticut, sending it out to Joe Shacatano and Jimmy Amato. The 5 Jets with Tell Me You're Mine, with Joe Murphy on lead. They would also record, Joe Murphy sang lead on all the 5 Jets releases, by the way. They would later record as the 5 Stars on Mark X and N Records, and also the Voice Masters on the Anna label in 1958. I have featured those 45's here on the program. Let's continue here, and we are in the year 1954. Let's go back out to California with this request for listener Chris Reed for the Hollywood Flames. The Hollywood Flames, this is on John Dolphin's Lucky label out of Hollywood, California. This group included members Gaynell Hodge, David Ford, Curtis Williams, and the lead singer on this, Bobby Bird, a.k.a. Bobby Day. And this tune, interestingly, written by Lummy Fowler. You know who Lummy Fowler is? He owned the Lumptone record label. Lots of great songs on the Lumptone label, but he wrote this tune. Let's go to March of 1954 for Chris Reed, the Hollywood Flames on the Lucky label. It's called Ride, Helen, Ride.
I wanna tell everybody she sure knows how to ride, ride. Oh, with the lovely arms around you while you're sailing through the sky. The love and kisses thrill you, you just close your eyes and sigh. Oh, Helen's helicopter last night. I wanna tell everybody she sure knows how to treat you right. Oh. She whispers in your ear. She says, oh, how I love you, Daddy. I'll always want you near. I rode Helen's helicopter last night. I want to tell everybody she sure knows how to ride, to ride. Oh, ride, Helen, ride. Ride, Helen, ride, Helen, ride. Ride, baby. Ride, Helen, ride, baby.
There you go. That's one you often don't hear by the Hollywood Flames there. That's by request for Chris Reed, March 1954. The Hollywood Flames with Ride, Helen, Ride on the Lucky record label. Interesting, yes, Reed. Lummy Fowler wrote that tune. I think Chris also requested the flip side of that 45, so we'll play that for Chris next Saturday night. Let's continue here. We got one more in 1954, and this is for listener Liam Weldon in our YouTube chat. He's listening all the way over in Australia there as this group. They are from White Plains, New York. That's really close to where Johnny G lives, and this group won first place with their performance at the Apollo Amateur Hour, and that night Monty Bruce happened to be in the audience, and he of course was the owner of Bruce Records. And he signed them to have one release, and this was the release, a tune co-written by the lead singer. His name is Clarence Pop Gray, and this is from October 54. I was like, when Spence brought this up to me, because he sold me this 45, he was getting me some pretty big records, and he gave me a reasonable price on this too, because it's hard to find the original on this, especially clean. But again, Slim Rose so instrumental with getting I think it was Leo Rogers who purchased the Bruce Masters and re-released it, I think in 61. So they sold more copies in 1961 than of course when it originally came out. But this is from October 54. This is for Liam in our YouTube chat room. The Master Tones on the Bruce label. The song is called Tell Me.
Darling, you are the pick of my heart.
Oh, darling, you are the flame, not the spark.
My friends, they tell me that you dream of romance. Darling, for someday you'll give me a chance. They say, oh yes, they say so blue, darling, till you came. I fell in love with you. They say, oh yes, they say, you love me. Darling, I stumbled, dearest, I fumbled, baby, I owe my heart there, but I knew that I was in love. Your eyes, your nose, darling, your lips, the touch of your hand. They say, oh yes, they say, you love me. They say that you love me.
There you go. Whoops. By request for Liam in Australia, October 1954 release there. That's on Monty Bruce's Bruce record label. Those are the Master Tones. The Master Tones with Clarence Pop Gray on lead. The song entitled Tell Me. And again, that was sold more copies in 1961. But that is an original of that 45. You know, it was funny. YouTube had me change the latency. I don't know what the latency does. Something about the clearer picture or something. I had it on like high definition. They made me change it to normal, and sometimes, not that it buffers, it almost looks like sometimes it skips a little bit. And some people are not experiencing that, but maybe other people with I don't know what, all different people are watching on their phone, on their tablets, on their TVs. So I don't know, but sometimes I do see that circle for a second and then it goes back. And so sometimes what happens is it may delay it, so you're going to have to hit refresh to bring you back. That is annoying, and I can't do anything about the ads, but I think I posted there's an ad block you can get. Charlene says it works, but it doesn't happen when the show is live. It only happens on the stream. As they are annoying is what they are, and I agree, it is annoying, but there are ways to get around it. But anyway, I just wanted to say that. Let's continue here, and here is a request. We move into 1955 now with a request for Glenn Petzold, who I haven't seen in a while, but this group originally from Omaha, Nebraska, first recorded as the Sultans on the Duke record label. Then A&R man Henry Glover heard them singing in a nightclub and lured the group to sign with Sid Nathan's King record label. They would have 2 releases on the King label. This is their second, and this song features Eugene McDaniel on lead. Yes, that's the same Eugene McDaniel that would have a successful solo career for the Liberty record label. Like 100 Pounds of Clay and Tower of Strength and others. Well, he's doing lead on this side. March 1955. Let's give a listen to the Admirals on Sid Nathan's King label for Glenn Petzold. It's called Give Me Your Love.
Give me your love instead of all those heartaches. Give me your love, why must you make me cry? Although I thrill each time you hold and kiss me, Somehow I feel each kiss could mean goodbye. Give me your love from now until forever. Turn off the rain and let the sun break through. Instead of tears, instead of all those heartaches, give me your love, and I'll give mine to you. Give me your love instead of all those heartaches. Give me your love. Why must you make me cry? Although I thrill each time you hold and kiss me, somehow I feel each kiss could mean goodbye. Give me your love from now until forever. Turn off the rain and let the sun break through. Instead of tears, instead of all those heartaches, give me your love, and I'll give mine to you. Give mine to you. Give me your love, and I'll give mine to you.
As early Gene McDaniels, he's the lead singer there with the Admirals from March 1955. It's on Sid Nathan's King record label. Give Me Your Love is the name of the tune. That is by request for listener Glenn Petzold. Now, the group also backed up other King recording artists. I think Kathy Ryan, I think they backed her up on one of the songs, or maybe a couple, and also Bubber Johnson, plus other groups backed them up too. Johnny G here on a Saturday evening. Boy, we got all parts of the world here tuned into the program. Usually the show is banned in Russia, and sometimes when I get the copyright, I'll get what happens is, and it's posting really quick, so it'll tell me that the show, it's because of one song. It's not because of all the songs. It's because one of the owners maybe they just don't want the song played in Russia, but Belarus and Russia are the two that they normally block it off. So sometimes those people there in those countries can't see it. It's unfortunate. But let us continue here in 1955. Let's fill a request for listener Jimmy Amato. He wants to send this one out to Mike Sape in Connecticut, tuned in to the Vinyl Treasure Show. He requested this 45 on the RCA subsidiary Groove label, the song written by Ben Smith. And Ben Smith, early in his career, he was a saxophonist. I think he had a band back in, maybe the 1940s, early 50s. And of course, he later became a label owner to the Extra record label and the Tar-X record label, and maybe a couple others too. But another member of this group was Kenneth Butch Hamilton, who would become second tenor for the Bop Chords, but this features Ray Smith on lead. Let's go to June of 1955 and give a listen to the Sonics. The Sonics on the Groove label, by request for Jimmy Amato, sending it out to Mike Sape. It's called As I Live On. The Sonics.
Boom, diddy, boom. As I live on, many dreams may come to me. Only one I hope to see.
I may see a million hearts looking in a million hearts. That's true as I live on. I'll have you in my dreams. Nobody matters, it seems, but you, just you, are a lot apart. Bless me with reality. Send the lover man for me to hold as I live on.
Yeah, those are the Sonics. The Sonics by request for Jimmy Amato, sending it out to listener Mike Sape on the Groove record label from June 55. As I Live On is the name of the tune. Interesting, when Spence sold me this record, I kept the sleeve because I haven't played it in a while. I cleaned it today. He says to me, Johnny, he wrote it on the sleeve here. You see, that's Spence's writing. But I reused the sleeve. I put it in a green sleeve. It says, Johnny, Jerry sold a mint minus copy. That's Jerry Diaz. Jerry Diaz sold a mint minus copy 3 months ago for $500, and Bill Johnson sold one about 4 months ago for $560. So he sold me this one for $200. I mean, it's not mint. It doesn't play so bad, but it's pretty nice. But I haven't seen this record around. I just don't see it. But anyway, Johnny G digresses. Let's continue here as we go back to Baltimore for the great Cardinals. They return, and this is a request for Indrajit Advani, UK listener. Indrajit Advani wants to send it out to all the chatters tuned into the program tonight, those of you in the YouTube chat. And this is the B-side to the group's biggest hit. Okay, the flip side of this was called The Door Is Still Open, was a big number 4 Billboard R&B chart for the group. But this is an old song. I think it dates back to the 1920s, if I'm not mistaken, and done by a number of artists. Mainly, who's the guitarist? Who was the surf guitarist, I think, that did it? Come on, Brian Kay. Miserlou, who did that on the Deltone label? As I just draw a blank, and I have that record too. But anyway, let's go to February 1955, by request for UK listener Indrajit Advani. The Cardinals return on the Atlantic label. This is their 7th release. Ernie Warren on lead. These are the Cardinals with their rendition of the tune Miserlou.
Desert shadows creep across purple sand. Natives kneel in prayer by their caravan. They're silhouetted under an eastern star. I see my long-lost blossom of Shalimar. You, Miserlou, are the moon and the sun, fairest one. Old temple bells are calling across the sand. We'll find our kismet answering love's command. Of delight in the night, to an oasis sprinkled by stars above. Heaven will guide us, Allah will bless our love.
There you go, by request for UK listener Indrajit Advani. That's Ernie Warren and the Cardinals. That's the B-side to The Door Is Still Open on the Atlantic record label from February 55. Their seventh release on Atlantic. Miserlou is the name of the tune. Hopefully Johnny G not causing misery to you collectors out there. Some of these records are not that easy to find anymore, and they used to be around a lot, but you can't find them in the wild anymore. Not that I've been looking in the wild. Sometimes a couple of the guys will call me up. They picked up some records. I'll go to Thornwood or whatever, and I'll thumb through them, and sometimes they do come up with some, but the conditions are usually off. But it was always fun looking for records, I can tell you that much. I had no money, and it just was fun to find the records, and the people didn't really care. They were selling them for quarters. That's the best way to get them. But anyway, that doesn't happen now anymore. But let's continue here. Let's go to Brooklyn, New York. Let's fill a request for new listener Tommy Albergo, this group from Brooklyn, New York. I had a nice conversation with Tommy on Instant Messenger. Thank you, Tommy, for requesting me as a Facebook friend and our conversation. He is a collector, like lots of us in the chat room there. And this group initially recorded as the Cavaliers on Thomas Robinson's Atlas record label, but then they changed their name to the Phytones. Now, this is their second release on Thomas Robinson's Atlas record label, and this was a song I first heard on the Time Capsule show, I think because when did that Relic LP come out, the best of Atlas Angletone? Was that like sometime in the early 80s or late 70s? It had to be the 70s when that LP came out, because I think they were like promoting or playing records from the Atlas Angletone catalog at the time. This is actually the follow-up to Foolish Dreams. It features Lloyd Davis on lead. Let's go to December of 1955. We send this one out especially to Tommy Albergo. The Phytones Quintet on this. I don't want to leave that out. The Phytones Quintet on the Atlas label. It's called It Wasn't a Lie. This is for Tommy.
Believe me, you can if you try. Believe me, it wasn't a lie.
It wasn't a lie. When I told you of my love for you, when I said I'd make your dreams come true, it wasn't a lie. I spoke from my heart, when I whispered sweetly in your ear, told you of a love beyond compare. It wasn't a lie. I hope and pray you believe me when I say I love you. For darling, it would so grieve me if you thought my words were untrue. It wasn't a lie. Every word I said to you was true. What I promised I would do, I'll do. It wasn't a lie. Believe me, you can if you try.
That's the great sound of the Phi-Tones. The Phi-Tones on the Atlas record label there from December 1955. That's by request for listener Tommy Albergo, who is tuned into the program. Thank you, Tommy, for requesting that great tune. That one there with as I put them in, Lloyd Davis. I put them in capital letters so I can easily see them, but not on this one. But anyway, that is Brian. That is Norm's copy. It plays really nice. I don't think it can't be a West Coast press. I don't know. But anyway, that's the true first press, folks. I'll show it to you again if you own this record here. But there you go. Great tune there. The Phi-Tones Quintet, It Wasn't a Lie. Johnny G not doing a lie. I am playing original vinyl 45. So thank you all for being here and tuned into the program here. It's my pleasure to share my record collection with you. Again, if you're new to the program, think of subscribing to my YouTube channel and give me a thumbs up if you enjoy what you're hearing. This is the third show of the week, where I'll be back on Wednesday afternoon at 9 p.m. for my soul show, as I play soul records from the 1960s. I have more 50s stuff, obscure 50s stuff, than I do soul stuff. I got a lot of soul records in my collection too. Then on Thursday at 1 o'clock, that afternoon show, I've been switching to 78s, and sometimes I played a record from 1936 that I listened back to it. I went shopping yesterday for my parents. They can't go to the shop right, so I went there. I was listening to it. I said, boy, that 1936 78 sounded pretty good. And I played Come Go With Me. I opened up with Come Go With Me as a vocal, and that sounded fantastic. Now, the latter ones, of course, when it was cleaner shellac, they played really nice, but some of them with the recycled vinyl are not so good. The Flexies are great. I got to look for the Flexies in my collection. So I'm going to be doing more of that because I really overwhelming response to play those records. We're going to start with really early stuff too that is not on a 45, and then we're back here on Saturday night from 9 p.m. Eastern time till midnight. We're going to do overtime here. I was a few minutes late, not like last week, or maybe a little bit more than a few minutes, but anyway, Johnny G babbling on here. Let's go back out to California with a request for listener Edmund Williams in Queens, New York. It's on the Bahari Brothers RPM record label. This is their first release on the RPM record label. Of course, they also recorded as the Cadets, but on this release, they're called the Jacks. And it's a B-side. This is the original B-side to Why Don't You Write Me? And it features Dub Jones on lead. The tune written by Charlie Calhoun, who first did it for MGM Records in... who first recorded it for MGM, but this is April 55. The Jacks on RPM for listener Edmund Williams. It's called Smack Dab in the Middle.
Pick me a town in any clime where people like rockin' time and stay away both day and night. Everybody's feeling good and right, then throw me smack dab in the middle. Picture me smack dab in the middle. Fling me smack dab in the middle. Let me rock and roll to satisfy my soul. Tin Cadillac, diamond mill, 10 suits of clothes, dressed to kill, 10-room house, some barbecue. If the chick's not over 22, then throw me smack dab in the middle. Flop me smack dab in the middle. Chunk me smack dab in the middle. Let me rock and roll to satisfy my soul. 100 band, chorus girl, a street that pays with natural pub, a wagon load, bonds and stocks. Then open up the doors at Fort Knox and throw me smack dab in the middle. Hurl me smack dab in the middle. Flop me smack dab in the middle. Let me rock and roll to satisfy my soul. Butter and something sweet, gallons of coffee to wash it down, a carbonated soda by the pound. Now throw me smack dab in the middle. Picture me smack dab in the middle. Chuck me smack dab in the middle. Let me rock and roll to satisfy my soul. And let me rock and roll to satisfy my soul. You heard. And let me rock and roll to satisfy my soul. I mean. And let me rock and roll to satisfy my soul. And let me rock and roll to satisfy my soul.
B-sides here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. There you go, by request for listener Edmund Williams in our YouTube chat room. Those are the Jacks. The Jacks with the B-side to their first release on the RPM record label from April 55. So their rendition of the tune Smack Dab in the Middle, again with the bass lead of Dub Jones. And you're right, Reed, lots of the RPM and the modern records, they if they were played with a bad needle, because the grooves are so close together, and those needles can damage a lot of the vinyl. And sometimes, I'm telling you, it's pot luck, and I hate styrene 45's, especially when they're on RPM or modern. And I prefer the nice vinyl and nice mint copies. But sometimes beggars can't be choosy when you find these things. It's unfortunate. They're not that easy to find. And this, again, has center damage on this. Those were those metal inserts made up in Chicago. And it was funny because when my aunt, she had a 1955 RCA console with the Victrola draw on one side and the TV on the other side, and it didn't come with an adapter, came with like 7 inserts, those metal inserts. Do you know that you have to have a knack for putting those things into the 45's, because you got to do it. You got to learn how to slide them in, and they're not easy to take out either. I remember when I bought I paid $200 for a mint copy of that record on the Elm label by the Starlarks, and it's styrene, so they didn't take it out. So I get this thing in the mail, stone mint copy, and I'm like, oh, how am I going to get this out? Because you're worried about breaking the styrene 45, and I got it out. Thank goodness that I was able to slide one side over without even damaging the paper. But you should see my aunt's copy of the Jan and Dean Baby Talk that she played. The center hole is like this big. It's like that big, and it's, of course, the record is trashed, and she wrote her name all over. She wrote Mary Manella on the on all, and her boyfriend's name. She liked Don, and I forget the other guy's name, but she wrote him Don and somebody else, and she put her phone number. It was ME1 at the time. But anyway, I digress. Let's continue here, and the Penguins return. We heard Ookie Ook for Oldies Fan in our YouTube chat. Well, here's a request for listener Mike Sape. He wants to send this one out to Frank Gingaro and Frank Cassie. We'll talk about them after the record plays after this, as we go back out to Dootsy Williams' Dutone record label. And these are the Penguins. This is the B-side to their 4th release. What is the other side, Charlene? You have Love Will Make Your Mind Go Wild, which we played the flip side earlier, but this is from April 55, the Penguins on Dutone, again with Curtis Williams on lead. By request from Mike Sape in our YouTube chat, I'm going out to Frank Gingaro and Frank Cassie, the Penguins with Kiss a Fool Goodbye.
I used to think that love was grand, and I was flying high. I was a fool, dear.
He was a fool.
Kiss a fool goodbye.
Kiss a fool goodbye.
We didn't do the things we had planned, 'cause you wouldn't even try. You had your fun, dear.
You had your fun.
Kiss a fool goodbye.
A fool goodbye.
You used to tell me that you loved me. I thought I always knew you lied. But when you said goodbye, I broke right down. Broke right down in line. No used to dream what might have been. No used to sit and sigh, 'cause it's all over.
Yes, it's all over.
Kiss a fool goodbye.
A fool goodbye.
But when you said goodbye, I broke right down. Broke right down in line.
the great sound of the Penguins on the Dutone record label from April 1955. That's by request for Mike Sape, sending it out to Frank Cassie and Frank Gingaro in our YouTube chat room. Kiss a Fool Goodbye. It's on the Dutone record label. Now, Frank Gingaro, he is half of the duo, along with Gordon Skagberg, of the Rhythm and Blues Serenade that airs on WRHU 88.7 FM live on Sundays beginning at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, 3 to 5, and live stream on WRHU.org. Tomorrow, Sunday afternoon, they will have a special guest collector in studio, Frank Cassie. So you need to tune in tomorrow to the Rhythm and Blues Serenade. It's at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I listen to it on the net on WRHU.org, or you can listen on WRHU 88.7 FM. Tomorrow at 3 p.m., special guest collector Frank Cassie. Haven't seen Frank in the chat room in a while. Maybe he's been preparing for the show. Should be interesting to see what Frank brings to the program. You know, I have some of his records in my collection. Maybe, I think he was selling some at one point, but I showed him when he was here. I think I had the Preludes 5, I think, on pick was his. It was cool. He was like, I sold you that. I said, yeah, it was you. I think you probably had an ad in Goldmine magazine. So anyway, check that out tomorrow afternoon. Johnny G here, though, on a Saturday evening. Let's continue here, and let's fill a request for listener Daniel Kubacki in our YouTube chat as we go to the Bronx, New York, for this group that recorded for George Gollner's Rama record label. Now, this particular song came out, I think, 3 separate times, if I'm not mistaken. Initially, it came out in 1954 as their debut single on Rama number 52, backed by Beggin' for Your Love. That is a rare record. And then the way I'm playing it here, which, Brian, this was Norm's copy that I was going to win. I wasn't going to lose this record. On Rama number 105 is the one I'm playing, and it's flipped with 11 Roses. And then I think in Rama 174, which I did show you folks, the flip side of Hey Girl. But I'm sure Gollner had a reason either way for putting this out 3 separate times. It's kind of weird because this title is Love Something That's Made for Two, and on the wait, is it a different title? Loves Something That's Made. No, it's the same title, but it's like typeset different. And this that has it says vocal jump. There's something different here. There's a weird publisher on the 11 Roses flip that is not on here. It's Cal Music, Kahl Music, on the 174. But anyway, it's a great 2-sided 45. Either way, it's from February 1955. It features Bobby Mansfield on lead. Let's give a listen to the Wrens by request for Daniel Kubacki in our YouTube chat room. It's called Love Something That's Made for Two. This is for Daniel. Whoops.
Well, why don't you love me like I love you? Oh, why don't you tell me like I tell you? Well, I want no ifs, buts, or who. Baby, I'm in love with you. Why don't you kiss me like I kiss you? Why don't you squeeze me like I squeeze you? Well, why don't you hold me like I hold you? 'Cause love's something that's made for two. Well, you don't seem to understand. I really want to be your man. Ooh-wee, I love you, 'cause you just thrill me through and through. Oh, why don't you let me ride in your heart? Why don't you tell me we'll never part? Well, say little things like I love you, 'cause love's something that's made for two.
Don't ever leave me, don't you go. Don't ever let me hear you say no.
Understand, I really want to be your man. Ooh-wee, I love you, 'cause you just thrill me through and through. Oh, why don't you let me ride in your heart? Why don't you tell me we'll never part? Well, say little things like I love you, 'cause love's something that's made for two. 'Cause love is something made for two.
As Bobby Mansfield and the Wrens, by request for listener Daniel Kubacki, February 55, featured it on Rama 105. That's not easy to find, the Rama 105, flipped with 11 roses. That's Love Something That's Made for Two, George Golner's Rama record label. That tune written by Bobby Mansfield. But anyway, I digress, and let's continue here. Let's fill a request for listener Bill Olb in New Jersey as we go to Harlem, New York. Of course, Bill Olb was my in-studio guest last Thursday, not last Thursday, the week before, the 9th. Thursday, May 9th, with his Gospel number 2 special, a very successful show, and Bill will be back. We haven't discussed a date yet. We will do that when he will be back here in the studio, as played some really nice records, and he had a big turnout on that show. Still getting views, by the way, so thank you, Bill, for doing that. And he requested this group from Harlem, New York, first recording as the Rhythm Masters back in 1948. And also as the Rhythm Kings on Ivory. Then in 1955, they signed with Jack Hook's Royal Roost label. Jack Hook, I think he's something with Alan Freed, his lawyer or his business associate, something with Alan Freed he was. You know, all these guys were connected, and I say that loosely. But this group would change their name to the Four Pals. This was their second of two on the Royal Roost record label, and Leonard Thomas is the lead singer on this. Now, Bill asked me, we were talking about this record. I mean, this came out in January 56, and there is a version with, I think, talking in the middle, or there, and then there's a version without it. So I told him I didn't know what mine was, and I didn't even test it to see. So I'm sure Bill is going to know right away, and also many of the listeners in the chat room will know. So I think the only way to know is if you play it, because I think Alan Freed would play this record, and I think it was the shorter version, and there's no time on this, I think, but there are two versions, and I know Bill is looking for one of them, and I don't know if this is it. Maybe it is. Let's see. These are the Four Pals from January 56, Leonard Thomas on lead, Royal Roost Records. It's called No One Ever Loved Me. This is for listener Bill Olb.
No one ever loved me. No one really cared. No one understands me or the tears that I've shed. Darling, won't you listen?
No
years that I've shared.
Do you really love me? Do you think you could learn my ways, sweetheart? Do you think going through life with me would pay? Sweet juice of the honeysuckle vine. Is life worthwhile living without you, sweet flower? Do you think you could go along through the years with me, darling? You know, sweetheart, that's why I'm singing No One Ever Loved Me, or no one really cared for me, sweet flower.
Darling, won't you listen? I've done no wrong. Your friends and loved ones have led you wrong. Your friends and loved ones have led you wrong.
January 1956 release there for the Four Pals. The Four Pals on the Royal Roost record label. Leonard Thomas, the lead singer on that. No One Ever Loved Me. That one they're going out to listener Bill Oba. I guess I have the first press on that, is what Marvin Pod said, with the talking there. The talking bass there in the middle. That's the one they took out, I guess, you know, for the to play on the radio. But there you go, Bill. I didn't know. We heard it together here live as we continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Again, if you're new to the program, please subscribe to my YouTube channel. Give me a thumbs up if you like what I'm doing. You have to be signed in, though, to YouTube. It won't accept if you're just, you know, thumbing through. You have to actually set up an account. It doesn't cost anything. You just set up an account with YouTube, and then you can come into chat, or you can, you know, make comments on my webpage, etc. But let's continue here in 1956. Yes, 1956. This is a flip side from last week. I featured this 45 for Daniel Kubacki, the group called the Turks, on the Chicago-based Bally record label. Now, Daniel requested Why Did You? That featured Gaynell Hodge on lead. He's also doing lead on the flip side, as the flip side requested by listener Daryl Letts in our YouTube chat room. Written and produced by West Coast record mogul George Mottola. I call him the West Coast George Golner. Let's go to September of 1956. Give a listen to the Turks on the Bally label. This is for Daryl. It's called This Heart of Mine.
This heart of mine,
This heart of mine
is beating for you. This heart of mine will forever be true. Want you to know, that I love you so. This love I hold is much richer than gold. Wanting to have you near, longing to hear you whisper, I love you, dear. Loving you without a fear, never shedding a tear. This heart of mine will forever belong to you. This heart of mine will forever be true. I love you, dear. Loving you without a fear. Never shedding a tear. This heart of mine will forever belong to you. This heart of mine will forever be true. This heart of mine.
As by request for listener Daryl Letts, those are the Turks, Gaynell Hodge and the Turks on the Bally label from September 56. This Heart of Mine is the name of the tune. That West Coast sound, they has a special sound there. That sounds fantastic there. They like that tune there in the YouTube chat room. Let's stay in 1956. We go back out to the West Coast with this request for Chris Reed. Now, this group included two members of the Hollywood Flames. They were David Ford and Gaynell Hodge, who wrote this tune, and they joined Jesse Belvin and Gaynell's brother Alex to record as the Tangiers. And I played their, well, on the 78 show, I played the Four Flames with a song called Tabarin. They re-recorded it, this group, the Tangiers, for Decca Records, but this is their second release on the Decca label, as requested by Chris Reed. It features David Ford on lead. Let's go to July of 1956. The Tangiers on Decca for Chris Reed. It's called Remember Me. This is David Ford on lead.
Love you.
Remember him and remember ye. Put them together and remember me. Remember, darling, that I'm the one who loves you. Remember me when I first held you near. Remember me when I first kissed you, dear. Remember, darling, that I'm the one who loves you. There would be no happiness for me. No matter what I try to do, I guess I never would have fell in love if it wasn't just for you. Remember him and remember ye. Put them together and remember me. Remember, darling, that I'm the one who loves you.
Well, now you know there would be no happiness for me, no matter what I tried to do. Well, now I guess I never would have fell in love. Now, Charlie, if it wasn't just for you. Remember me, remember me.
Put them together now, honey child, and remember me. Remember, darling, that I'm the one who loves
that's a great record, I have to say. That is a cool record there. Those are the Tangiers there, July 1956. That's their second release on the Decca label. That's David Ford on lead. Remember Me, that's by request for Chris Reed. That's a great request, Chris. Thanks for requesting that tune. Never get tired of that one there. Johnny G here on a Saturday as we continue here. And we stay in 56 with this request for UK listener Indrajit Advani. He wants to send this one out to Mike Safe in Connecticut, as this is on the Emerald record label, Emerald Records, out of Fort Wayne, Indiana, and it is owned by Cliff Ayres Oster. Wait, Charlene, what is that? Cliff Ayres Ostermeyer. He was a former band vocalist with Les Brown and Sammy Kaye. He also put out his own releases. So there you go, because he's singing on this. And here's one he co-wrote from 1956. Actually, he has 6 records on this label. I know I have at least 2. But this is, I think I bought this from Doug Hanners, if I'm not mistaken. But this is Cliff Ayres, Ayers, and the Crowns on the Emerald label by request for UK listener. He wants to send it out to you, Mike Sape in Connecticut. It's called Rock, Baby, Rock.
She knows how to rock. Well, baby, yeah, she knows how to rock. Well, the only thing she never does when goes down. And when I come home, that's the only thing I ever hear. Well, when I come home, that's the only thing I ever hear. Well, my big house daddy's name just a little bit there. Well, when she's down.
Definitely a swinging record there by request for UK listener Indrajit Advani. That's going out to Mike Sape, Cliff Ayres, and the Crowns from 1956. Boy, they were really rocking out in Fort Wayne, Indiana. It's on the Emerald record label. Rock, Baby, Rock is the name of the tune. And they probably dance to that over in the UK. They dance to these up-tempo cool up-tempo like Lindy type songs. They really swing. That's a great way to exercise. I should be dancing with Barbara doing these things, but anyway, I digress. Let's continue here. And wait, Charlene, this is 55, this record? I thought this was 56. unless it was messed up here. We go to Sid Nathan's Federal record label for this request for Edmund Williams. He requested Billy Ward and the Dominoes. Now, Sid Nathan put out, 21 releases by the group between December of 50 and September of 57. This was the group's 19th. That's a typo. That's got to be 56. But this was recorded in March of 54. Well, it says April 55. So, Charlene, how come I had 56 on the on the program sheet? But I don't like to go out of order. But anyway, it features the great Jackie Wilson on lead. Either way, from April 55. Okay, Billy Ward and his Dominoes, by request for Edmund Williams on the Federal label. It's called Love Me Now or Let Me Go. This is with Jackie Wilson on lead for Edmund.
Love me now or let me go. Let me go. I'm getting tired of waiting for you, sighing and crying and dying and trying to make my dreams come true. Need your arms to hold me tight, while that old moon is sinking so low. Tease me and squeeze me and easily please me. Love me now or let me go. I'm getting tired of kissing my pillow and telling my heart it is you. Must I cry like that willow my whole life through? Girl, I need you here tonight. My poor heart is aching me so. Take me and make me, but never forsake me. Love me now or let me go. I'm getting tired of kissing my pillow and telling my heart it's you. Must I cry like the willow my whole life? Girl, I need you here tonight. My poor heart is aching me so. Take me and make me, but never forsake me. Love me now or let me go. Let me go.
As by request for listener Edmund Williams in Queens, New York. That's Billy Ward. Billy Ward and his Dominoes on the Federal record label. That's Jackie Wilson on lead. That recorded March of 54, and it is correct that Charlene has April 55. But so this is what I do to prepare for this show. So I get approximately 80 or so requests, like carryovers from last week and whatnot. So they go into a file. I work with Excel, so I put the dates, the release dates, especially the year, and I sort it by year. So sometimes, because I told Charlene, I said, she had 1952 for that Castle record. I said, Charlene, I got to put 1949 for that because that was recorded in 49. I probably should have put this in the 54 group, even though it was released in 55. But she had a typo, which sometimes happens. We all make mistakes. So when I sort it, and I sort it then by your name. So if you send me 10 requests, some people send me 300 requests, okay? So I will just pick a few. So what I do is I try to not put your same requests in the same block. Okay, because I try to spread them out as much as I can, and sometimes I look and say, "Oh, I've just played this last week. You maybe weren't listening, so I won't play it. I'll put it off unless I really like the song. I may play it, so I'll be a little biased there. So I sort it out and I mix and match the songs. So that's how I prepare for the show here. It's not like this I don't wing it." Like just wing it and play records. I do have a rhyme or reason to what I do. And sometimes if maybe someone forgets to send me a request, I'll go back to an old request and I'll put it in and I sort it. So I'll see. And depending on, and I normally say I can play 2 requests, but sometimes if I can get around 54 records or no more than 60, depending on how much I talk, which takes up time, I sort them and then I mix and match. That's how I do the show. So when Charlene has a typo, which I sometimes have a typo too, and when it's sorted in 1956, and that's why it ended up here. But there's nothing wrong with it, really. There's not. But that's how I try to do it, because I try to play the records chronologically, so that you know. So I put a lot of effort and time into preparing for this show. Maybe it shows. I don't know. Maybe it does. I hope it does. But let's continue here, because I like this next record from 1956, and it is actually a request for listener Mike Sape in Connecticut. He wants to send this one out to Bob Hannes in our YouTube chat room, and also to Chuck Mitchell, who did come in at least last Saturday night, I think Chuck came in. But this gal, her real name is Margaret Hoffler. She was from Norfolk, Virginia. In 1950, she joined up with the Griffin Brothers to record for the Dot record label. I recently picked up some of her releases on the Dot label. But she left in 1952 to join the Floyd Dixon Combo as a featured vocalist, but she had other releases, not only on Dot, but also on Decca and on Cat, and she did 3 for Sid Nathan's Deluxe record label. This is her first. This was a record that the late George Tompkins turned me on to. A tune written by Henry Glover, and this is from July 56. I don't know the group. I didn't check if Marvin Pod had the group backing her up on this, and maybe there is. I just didn't look. But her name is Margie Day. It's on Deluxe Records. It's by request for Mike Sape in Connecticut, going out to Chuck Mitchell and Bob Hannes in the chat room. Margie Day with Something Told Me.
Something told me when I felt your touch. It told me I was in your clutch, but it never told me I'd love you much too much. Told me, and I don't know why it told me that you'd make me cry, but it never told me I'd love you till I die. It could have been my heart trying hard to It must have been my heart trying hard to tell me that I was growing weak. Something told me that we soon would part. It told me that my tears would start, but it never told me I'd always love you, sweetheart.
July 1956 release there from Margie Day. That's her first of 3 on the deluxe record label, requested by Mike Sape in our YouTube chat. I'm going out to Bob Hannes and Chuck Mitchell. Something Told Me, that group backing her up. Who is that group on Sid Nathan's deluxe record label? She also has releases that I have in the collection on Coed, LeGrand, and also RCA. And was unfortunate. She passed away on September 18th of 2014. She was 88 years old. We remember her here on the Vinyltreasure show. Let's continue here in 1956. We fill a request for listener Steve in Arizona. And toward the end of 1955, label owner Leo Rogers was able to lure the Harptones away from High Weiss's Paradise record label. And as Rogers and his new partner Sid Archie just set up a new label called Andrea Records, and this Harptones 45 was the very first on the label, as both sides are good in my opinion. The A-side is a song called What Is Your Decision, which is excellent, but Steve requested the B-side, a tune written by Charles Singleton and Rosemarie McCoy. It features the late great Willie Winfield on lead. Let's go to March of 56 for the Harptones on Andrea, going out to Steve in Arizona. It's called Gimme Some.
Give me some of that true love that's in your heart. Give me some of that true love that's in your heart. If I can't have it all, just give me the biggest part. Give me all the sweetness that you ever did possess. And honey, 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 give me all your lovingness. Give me all the best, and baby, you can keep the rest. I put it all together and I have my happiness. Give me some of those sweet, 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 sweet kisses from your lips. Give me some of those sweet, 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 sweet kisses from your lips. Honey, each time we kiss, my heart starts doing a flip. Give me some of those sweet, 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 sweet kisses from your lips. Give me some of those sweet, 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 sweet kisses from your lips. Honey, each time you kiss, my heart starts doing a flip.
B-side. B-sides here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Yes, Big Dave, I agree. The Harptones could really rock. Not only did they do great ballads, they did great up-tempos there. That's going out to Steve in Arizona. The Harptones, Willie Winfield on lead, rocking it out there. The Harptones from March 56 on the Andrea record label. Did I even say the label? I don't remember. Gimme Some is the name of the tune as we continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Let's go to Newark, New Jersey for this next request. It's for Evan Blatt in our YouTube chat room. This group called The Angels. This is a male group. It's not a female group. They formed in 1955. They had just one lone release that came out on George Goldner's G record label. This group consisted of Nelson Martin, first tenor, Bill Wright, baritone, Melvin Maxwell, the bass, and the lead singer on this is named Bernard Lynn, who co-wrote this tune, and it's with Jimmy Wright in the orchestra. And now my copy of this has, wait a minute, it has 45, this is their first press, though. The 45 RPM on both sides with the trademark. And, maybe not. Is that a second press? Listen, I got to go to Big Dave if that is a second press or a first press. There are presses without the 45 RPM. Those are second presses. There you go. But is there a press with only 45 RPM on both sides? I don't know. And maybe not, but I thought this was a true first press. I didn't pay a lot of money for it. I only paid, I think, $8 or $9 a long, long time ago. But this is from October 56, The Angels on G for Evan Blatt. It's called It's You I Love Best. The Angels.
Do, do, do.
I've the courage to speak to you truthfully. If you listen, I know you'll believe in me. You'll never turn away. Be glad to hear me say, my darling, oh my dearest, it's you I love best. Though we are miles apart, and I may long for love, you'll stay in my heart. I'll walk in no other's arms, and I'll wait and pray for that sweet day you say, my darling, oh my dearest, it's you I love best. I live for your grace. You're my key, to happiness. Open up the door. Love me more and more. Love me, baby, love me, baby. Won't you love me from now on? Though we are miles apart, and I may long for love, you'll stay in my heart. I'll walk in no other's arms, and I'll wait and pray for that sweet day you say, my darling, oh my dearest, it's you I love best. It's you I love best.
There you go. That's for Evan Blatt. Normally they play The Glory of Love, the flip side of that. But that is a nice side, too. Those are the Angels there, going out to Evan Blatt in our YouTube chat room, October 56. And that one there featuring Bernard Lynn on lead. It's You I Love Best. And Big Dave Swinger says that is a true first press. I bought that from Joel Scherzer when he was selling out his collection. And those records were on the cheap. I was bidding like $2, $4, $5, $8. You know, the most I think I bid was $10. back then, and that was a long, long time ago. I was in high school. I had no money to buy these records. Let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Fill an old request for listener Bill Olb. We just lost this singer not too long ago. He was the lead singer of the Willows. Of course, they had a big, big hit in 1956 called Church Bells May Ring. But this is a solo effort by him on Morty Kraft's Saxony record label. There's some rare records on this Saxony label. Is it the Victorians, if I'm not mistaken, on Saxony? So one group with a V, which I have. Heartbreaking Moon, I think, is the name of it, which I have played here on the program. But he had a number of solo releases, but this is a hard one to find. I just got this record too, but there's no group on it, but it would have been great with a group. But it is a solo effort by the late Tony Middleton from February 56 by request for Bill Olb. Tony Middleton on Saxony. It's called I'm On My Way. This is for Bill.
I'm on my way. I'm on my way. Take the latch off the door. I want to say I'm sorry. I won't leave you anymore. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. Please try to understand. It's been a long, long time, and I'm such a lonely man. Well, I'm coming back to say I'm sorry. I'm coming back on bending knees. I'll do most anything you want to. If you forgive me, please, I'm on my way. I'm on my way. And no more will I roam. Just give me one more chance. I'm on my way back home. Well, I'm coming back to say I'm sorry. I'm coming back on bending knees. I'll do most anything you want to. If you forgive me, please, I'm on my way. I'm on my way. And no more will I roam. Just give me one more chance. I'm on my way back home.
That's the late Tony Middleton by request for listener Bill Olb in New Jersey. That's Tony Middleton on Morty Kraft's Saxony label, February 1956. I'm on my way. Of course, he had so many releases during his career. Other on the Big Top, Alto, Roulette, so many United Artists, so many releases for the late Tony Middleton, of course, the lead singer of the Willows. Johnny G here on a Saturday. Again, if you're new to the program, just discovering the program, please subscribe to my YouTube channel. If you do, you will get an email, or you should, if you request, if you hit the drop-down bell to get all notifications, you should get an email. I always get an email. Maybe some people don't because they didn't hit that, or but they should. You should get an email come in when I'm live. I used to do like spontaneous shows, like in the middle of the night, just play records. But I don't have time to do that anymore. But let's continue here. And we move into 1957 now with a request for Jim Lampley in Texas, featuring lots of Sid Nathan artists on Federal and King and Deluxe tonight. Here is another one, this one on the Federal label. Signed with Federal back in 1956, and he had 19 releases in all on the Federal label before they switched him over to the King label. And this is a song he wrote. This was his 6th release on the Federal label from March 57. Let's give a listen to James Brown and the Famous Flames on Federal for Jim in Texas. It's called Gonna Try.
Whoa, yes. I've been so lonely. Oh, yes. I've been so sad. Thinking about you, baby, all the fun I know I had. I'm gonna try to live my life all over one more time. Oh, yeah, you know I've been mad about you, baby. I've been blue without you, baby. I've been sad. Hey, 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 hey. I've been bad without you. Well, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try to live my life all over one more time. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you know I've been mad about you, baby. I've been blue. Hey, 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 hey. I've been glad about you, baby. I've been true without you. Well, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try to live my life all over one more time. Oh, yes.
There you go. That's James Brown and the Famous And is it his? James Brown. Oh, this says with the Famous Flames. There you go. And that's from March 1957 by request for Jim Lampley in Texas on Federal Records. Gonna Try is the name of the tune. Of course, later they have Try Me, which is a great tune that they do. Johnny G here, continuing here. We are in the year 1957. Let's fill a request for listener Big Dave Swinger in our YouTube chat room. This is a husband and wife team, and they were called the Lovers. They were Alan Bunn and Annie Sanford. And some of you, they also recorded as Tar Heel Slim and Little Ann. And this was released on Eddie and Leo Mesner's Lamp label, subsidiary of Aladdin Records. This label was used for new talent and discoveries from other states too, namely New York City too. But this was their first of 3 on the Lamp label, written by Henry Cogger. It's with Ray Ellis and the orchestra. So we're going to send this one out to Big Dave Swinger, April 57. The Lovers on the Lamp label. It's called Got a Whole Lot of Lovin' to Do. This is for Big Dave.
Egypt, saw the favor now. Stopped a while in Paris, France. I saw Mona Lisa smile. Went on into Germany, saw old Italy too. Now I'm home with you, baby. We got a whole lot of loving to do. We've got a whole lot of loving to do. Loving. We've got a whole lot of loving to do. Loving. Uncle Sam may call this boy again. Oh, I'm gonna raise some pain. We got a whole lot of loving to do. Loving.
There you go, Grainy Presses here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Yes, Big Dave, I did see that. Charlene didn't see that comment on. I saw that on 45 Cat, a comment that was recorded for Capitol Studios. I guess that's why the Matrix says CAP there on the label. There you go. That's for Big Dave, April 1957. They're called The Lovers on the Lamp record label. That's their first of three. That's Tar Heel Slim and Little Ann. Got a whole lot of lovin' to do. Big Dave, got to send me another big list of your requests as I'm running out of those as we continue here in 1957. And let's stay out on the West Coast. Let's go to San Francisco to Don Barksdale Rhythm record label. This is a request for listener Adrian Viterbo in our YouTube chat. He's tuned in down in Mexico. Adrian, thank you for your email and your kind words always. My mother thanks you also for that. As this, let's see here. This is their second release. Yes. This is their second release. I got to look at these things, Charlene. Their second release on the Rhythm record label. I think the flip side of this, I should say the A side. Is this the B side? I can't tell. But daylight savings time, or daylight savings time, is the flip side of this that she talks about here. But this is the flip side, which is a great two-sided 45 is what I gotta say. And it's not that easy to find, I will tell you that much. None of their records are fine, these Mondello's 45s. But it features a female lead. 15-year-old Alice Jean Wilton is the lead singer on this. And she co-wrote this tune with label owner Don Barksdale. Let's go to June of 1957. This is for Adrian. The Mondellos. The Mondellos with Alice Jean on lead on the Rhythm label. It's called That's What I Call Love. This is for Adrian.
Now listen, dear darling, what I have to say. I'm gonna tell you about love, waiting each day. So hurry.
Darling, I'm writing you this letter to let you know that I still feel the same as I did before. And darling, I'm hoping that you feel the same way too. Darling, I've been so lonely since you've been away. And darling, I'm hoping that you'll soon come home. That you'll hurry home, darling. Please come home.
So hurry up, come back to me, and live eternally. That's what I call love.
As June 1957 release there for Alice, Jean, and the Mondellos. That's on the Rhythm record label. That's Don Barksdale's Rhythm label out of San Francisco, California. That's What I Call Love. That's by request for Adrian Viterbo in our YouTube chat. And that's not an easy record to find, folks. A hard one, too. As we continue, speaking of hard records to find, so is this one. I normally play the flip side ballad of this, but this is a request for UK listener Indrajit Advani, and he wants to send this one out to Big Dave Swinger and Timothy in our YouTube chat. And this group is from Glen Cove, Long Island, and this is their second overall single. They first recorded for the Herald label back in 1956. This is their second, came out in September of 1957 on Mary Halanka's Acme label. It features Henry Williamson on lead. Let's go to September of 57. They're called The Sunbeams. The Sunbeams on the Acme label. Requested by UK listener Indrajit, going out to Timothy and Big Dave. It's called You've Got to Rock and Roll. The Sunbeams.
You can squeeze me, you can tease me, you can thrill me, you can hold me, you can tell me that you love me, but there's just one thing that you have to do, that is to rock and roll me all night long, rock and swing me, bring the dog, I love you baby, love me baby, you're my one and only, you are. Until you turn me on, you've got to rock and roll me all night long, rock and swing me, swing up dog walk. I love you, baby, love me, baby, you're my one and only, you are. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh baby, oh yeah, yeah, oh baby, oh yeah, yeah.
By UK listener Indrajit Advani. Indrajit, where you getting these up? They play this in the club out there. This is like a real rockin' song here. Really cool. Indrajit Advani, that's his request. They're sending it out to Timothy and Big Dave Swinger. Those are the Sunbeams. Actually singing all together on that one there. Oh, I got the copyright police are out. Do you believe that? On that song? You got to be kidding me. I would think the next song, not this song. September 57, the Sunbeams on the Acme label. You've got to rock and roll. That's what we're doing here on a Saturday evening. Thank you all for being here. Again, if you have a request, you can send them to me at vinyltreasures@aol.com. You can send me multiple requests. I will pick 2 or 3 if I can. And if you get them from different years and whatnot. Big Dave, you helped me a lot when you put the release dates there, because I can easily go through that, and that's what I did. Big Dave gave me a big slew of requests, and they're records that he has too, by the way. But and other people also request records that they have. You could also request records that you don't have, but I might not have them either. So anyway, but let's continue here. Let's fill a request for Evan Blatt in our YouTube chat. We go back to the Bronx, New York, as this group was discovered by Don Carter, who was an agent for Don Robey's Duke Peacock labels, and was always looking for new talent in big cities, and that's how this group ended up on a Houston, Texas label. It was called Backbeat Records, and the group's debut single would probably be considered their biggest hit, a song called Tell Me Why, but Evan requested the B-side of the 45. It was written by the second tenor of the group, Andre Lilly, and also Don Carter. He gets credit too. Let's go to September of 1957. Fill a request for listener Evan Blatt. This is Norman Fox and the Rob Roys. This is the flip side of Tell Me Why. It's on the Backbeat record label. It's called Audrey. This is for Evan.
Do you love me? Oh my girl, I love you so. I'm longing for you. You'll never know. Oh, be mine. Please be mine. Always and always. Stars in the sky are twinkling in your eyes. We say that you love me. I love you. I love the way you walk and the way you talk. Kiss you the way I kissed you last night. Oh, hear my story and be mine, always and always. Do I, Audrey, my dear,
I love you. I need you. Oh, my darling. Please, please be mine. My love is just for you. Just for you to share. Please, please love me. 'Cause I love you.
oh, Audrey, I'll kiss you the way I'll kiss you last night. Oh, hear my story and be mine, always and always. Be mine always.
B-sides here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. There you go. That's by request for Evan Blatt. That's Norman Fox and the Rob Roys. They had great harmonies. They did. And that is the ballad side. That's the flip side to Tell Me Why. September 57 release on the Backbeat label. Audrey is the name of the tune. It's got to be on this, this white label Backbeat. They If you were buying the record in Times Square, it was probably on that red with the drum, with the red label with the drum on it. That is the second press for that record. But anyway, I digress. Let's continue here. In 1958, we go to the state of Ohio. Actually, this time Cleveland, Ohio, with this request for listener Jimmy Amato. This is the debut single for this group. Last week I played their second release on the Neptune label, Why Treat Me This Way? But this is their first release on the studio record label. This tune co-written by the lead singer of the group. His name is Robert Chalmers. And this is from 1958. It's not an easy record to find. Zurich sold me this 45 a long, long time ago. Let's give a listen to the El Palos by request for Jimmy Amato. The El Palos on the studio label. It's called These Four Letters. This is for Jimmy. Oh boy, did I what? You know why? Because my thumb was below there. I'm sorry, folks. That is a request for Daniel Kubacki. That's on Lou Chud's Night record label, a subsidiary of Imperial Records. Not that I have any info on this group, but it is a duo. It really isn't a group. They're called the Popsicles. Co-written by Evelyn Freeman, and she was the sister to Ernie Freeman, or maybe he used it as an alias, possibly. But anyway, there you go. That's the intended A-side. That is by request for Daniel Kubacki from September 58. I apologize for that. I messed that up, folks. And it was not Charlene's fault. It was my fault. I thought Evan was telling me, Johnny, you played me the wrong record. I didn't request Audrey. I thought that was it. But no, I messed up. I apologize, folks, for that. But anyway, it's a good mistake. So let's play that. Let's play that El Palos record. Although Greg did not sell me that. I think that's Norm's copy, Brian. That's Norm's nice, clean copy of that. But let's play that El Palos that I mentioned. I'm not going to repeat that. 1958, this is a rare 45, the debut single for the El Palos on the studio label. It's called These Four Letters for Jimmy Amato. Wow. I messed that up, too. There you go.
These four letters control your hopes, my words, and our dreams.
pat you on the shoulder and whisper, everything's gonna be alright. If you do your part, then I'll do mine. Then these four letters can't help but bring us joy and peace of mind. These four letters control your and I dream.
That's for Jimmy Amato there. That's on RCA press. So it could be, that could be better condition, but I wasn't gonna. I was like, I'd never seen this record before, an original. When Greg offered it to me. That's for Jimmy Amato, 1958 release on the studio label. They're out of Cleveland, Ohio. The El Palos with Robert Chalmers on lead. These Four Letters is the name of the tune. These Four Letters, as we welcome in Oldies and More Radio to the program here. Thank you all. Johnny G's your DJ host here, spinning my original vinyl 45's. We do it every Saturday. Excuse me with this cough with the allergies. We do this every Saturday beginning at 9 p.m. Eastern Time till midnight, but we're in overtime now as we join Oldies and More Radio. And again, those I'm also streaming live on YouTube and oldiesandmore.org, as you can check it out there too. So let's continue here. In 1958, we go to Tampa, Florida for another very rare 45, and this is a request for listener Joe Shacatano in our YouTube chat. Now, the members of this group included James and Joe Anderson, Ralph Black, Artis Clayton, Edie Hall, and Willie Walker Jr. This is on Doc Castellano's Suncoast record label, and that's all I can tell you about it. It's from August 58. They're called the Starlighters. It's on the Suncoast label. It's for Joe Shacatano. It's called Until You Return.
Until you return, this love in my heart. No other love, no other love, until you return, this love in my heart. My love will grow stronger while we are apart. Until you come back, there'll be no other love. Until you return, this love in my heart. The day goes by slowly since you've been gone. Deep down in my heart, I know I was wrong. Until you return, my lips will burn for your kiss. Out of bending knees, I pray to thee that when you return, you will still belong to me. I'll be so lonely and full of misery until you return your love to me. Until you return this love in my heart, my love will grow stronger while we apart. Until you come back, there'll be no other love.
other love, no other love, oh, no other love.
Ultra rare 45's for a Saturday evening. That one there by request for Joe Shacatano in our YouTube chat room. They're called the Starlighters. That's August 1958 release on the Suncoast record label. It's out of Florida. It's called Until You Return. They would have, I think, one more release in 59 on the Nugget label. As we continue here in 1958 and fill a request for listener Mnon. This is on Andy Leonetti's Clef Tone label. This song written by Joe D'Agostino, who I would take a gamble and say might be the lead singer of this group. They're called the Four Sparks. The Four Sparks, I think they got to be out of New York. This is on Cleftone Records from November 58. The Four Sparks with The Key to My Heart. This is for Mnon.
My heart, yes, darling, you stole my heart from the start. Yes, I love you. Oh, yes, I do. I love you. Yes, baby, I do. Oh, you are the flame that I hold. Yes, darling, burning so strong and so bold. Yes, I want you. Oh, yes, I do. I want you. Yes, I do. Hold me in your arms. Tease me with your charms. Never let me go. 'Cause darling, I love you so. Oh, you hold the key to my heart. Yes, darling, we never should be apart. Yes, I love you. Oh, yes, I do. I love you. Yes, I do.
Lenny G, that is your cha-cha record for the night, a true cha-cha there. The Four Sparks, by request for listener Mnon. That's November 1958 on the Cleftone record label. The Key to My Heart is the name of the tune. We stay in 1958. We fill a request for listener Mike Sape. He wants to send this one out to Reed King and Lenny G and all the chatters. And this singer by the name of Kenneth Tibbs, his real name is Kenneth Grayson. He's from Columbus, Ohio. In 1956, he recorded with his brother Andrew, yes, you were correct, Mike, as the Tibbs Brothers for the Atco record label. But this is a solo effort by Kenneth Tibbs, and he co-wrote this tune. It's with an uncredited vocal group. This is from August 58. Kenneth Tibbs by request from Mike Sape, going out to Lenny G, Reed, and the Chatters. It's called No More Tears. This is on Federal Records.
No more tears. No more tears. No more tears. No
learned my lesson. I learned my lesson. I'm gonna stay free. I'm gonna play the field. Starting today, giving my heart a new deal. No more tears, no more tears. Pretty baby, oh, not for me. Not for me. You took my heart, torn apart. That's not what you promised me, baby. Yeah, from the start. You said you never give my heart away. I'm just a fool, and I just can't help myself. No more tears, I learned my lesson. I'm gonna stay free. No more tears, not for me. No more tears.
August 1958 release there for Kenneth Tibbs. That's by request for listener Mike Satan in Connecticut, sending it out to, actually Rob was on here too, I missed that. Rob Balboni, Lenny G, Reed and the Chatters. Kenneth Tibbs on the federal label No More Tears, and a group, yes, Darren, it did sound like the famous Flames. Possible that they are backing him up there. This is August of 58. Let's stay in 58. We go back to Brooklyn, fill a request for listener Ronnie Sherman. And you might know this group's signature song came out on the premium label, back in late 1955, a song called My Heart's Desire. But they had other releases and recorded also as the Federals on the Deluxe record label, and then they would switch back to their old name, The Wheels, and this is on Bob Shad's Time record label. It features the unmistakable voice of Rudy Anderson on Lee. Let's go to November of 58 and give a listen to The Wheels. This is by request for listener Ronnie Sherman. The Wheels on Time. It's called So Young and So in Love. This is for Ronnie.
So young and so in love, we'll walk together, no fear of weather. Our love is true. We're not supposed to know what love is, not supposed to feel this glow. But every time I share your kisses, I want to tell the world we know we're so young and so in love. No time for sadness, just joy and gladness. When I'm with you, so young and so in love. We're so young and so in love. I'll so young, and so in love, so very, very young, and so in
That group called The Wheels. That's by request for Ronnie Sherman, November 58. That's lead singer there. Lead singer Rudy Anderson. So Young and So in Love is the name of the tune. That's on the Time record label. Let's fill a request for listener Evan Blatt. This group, they're from Norfolk, Virginia. This is on Frank Guida's Guide record label, Guide Records, which was also out of Norfolk, Virginia. Now, the group is called the Bluebeards. Now, I don't know if he's the lead singer on this, but he was in this group, a 17-year-old Lennis Guess. Lennis Guess, who would have soul singles in the 1960s. He was a member of this group, and this is a request. This is kind of like a cool novelty tune. The music is provided by a group called the Jacks, and as Reed mentioned, listen to the lyrics of this. I remember buying this from Dallas Ellis a long time ago, October 1958. These are the Bluebeards. This is going out to Evan Blatt, the Bluebeards on the Guide label. The song is called Romance. This is for Evan.
romance. Goes the garbage can, goes the trash bag. When I make love to you, goes the lady next door. The baby just fell on the floor. That's my romance to you. Sit on the sofa, get love-a-dove. In runs your brother, he trips, he falls on the kitchen floor. Your brother just fell on the floor. The lady, she's knocking next door. That's my romance to you. I walk out in the yard. By the way, son, do you have a job? That's my romance to you. On the kitchen floor, Mama, she walked in the door. I believe I've seen you somewhere before. That's my romance to you. The lady, she's knocking next door. The baby just fell on the floor. That's my romance to you.
October 58 release there for Evan Blatt. They're called the Bluebeards. Now, I did a research on, Charlene, one of the write-ups I did, I defined because that Bluebeards represents something. I forget what it was, but it does. The Bluebeards on the Guide label, song entitled Romance. That's going out to listener Evan Blatt. Let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Fill a request for listener Liam Weldon in Australia, tuned in Australia. We go back out to the West Coast. Now, this record just sold on a Don Folletti auction. I forget what it went for, but he had a whole bunch of Dutone 45's that he listed. And but this group, they hail from Compton, California. They formed at Enterprise Junior High School, and this was their only release on Dootsy Williams' Duto record label. Now, the group included Charles Dunford, he was the bass, Donald Dunn, first tenor, David Harris was the baritone, John Green, the second tenor, and male lead singer, Hillary Conedy, Conedy. Now, the song was adapted from a version done back in 1956 by the Dukes on Imperial. Adapted, I say. But this is from August of 58. This is going out to Liam in Australia. These are the Fascinators. The Fascinators on Duto. It's called Teardrop Eyes for Liam.
Teardrop eyes are calling for you. Teardrop eyes are lonely and blue. Teardrop eyes are begging for you. Teardrop eyes are crying for you. Needed me, really, really love me. Why did you ever go? Darling dear, please be near. You know I love you so. Teardrop are begging for you. Teardrop eyes are crying for you. Crying for you.
That's a great ballad there by request for listener Liam in Australia. August 58 released The Fascinators. Fascinators on Duto Records, Teardrop Eyes. What a great record that is. It really is. I got it a long, long time ago. Let's continue in 58. Fill a request for listener Timothy in our YouTube chat room. Excuse me, as we go to Memphis, Tennessee for this singer. First recording on the Rivermont record label, but he did 2 for High Records, and I don't know if that's the owner of High Records, Charlene, but this is his first of 2 on High, and there is a vocal group backing him up on this. And I didn't have this one filed. I had to look for it because I have his first one, but this is his this is his first release. I had a second one file. It's from December 58. His name is Kimball Coburn. Kimball Coburn. It's on the High record label. The song is called Teenage Love. This is for Timothy in our YouTube chat room. Do 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 do.
Such a thing in this world as a teenage love, more precious than a pearl, because I know I'm in a teenage love. They all try to tell us just a puppy crush, but I know it isn't, because I love her, yes, I love her too much. I know there's such a thing in this world as a teenage love, more precious than a pearl, because I know I'm in a teenage love. Ba 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 ba. Teenage love, teenage love, teenage love, teenage love, teenage love.
You know, that sounds like another record to your host, Johnny G. I just can't place it. But there you go. That's for Timothy in our YouTube chat room. December 58 release. Kimball Coburn. Kimball Coburn and Group. That's his first of 2 on the High label. Teenage Love is the name of the tune. Hopefully these tunes are bringing you back to your teenage days. And no, not for me. Teenage days for me was like KC and the Sunshine Band and whatnot. But for some of you that are tuned into the program, it may be doing that. And I'm glad that it is. Let's continue here. We got one more in 1958, and we fill a request for listener Joe Shacatano. This is the sound of East L.A. I like this sound. I always did. And it's a duo, but they're known as the Shadows. They are brothers, Jimmy Carlos and Pete Antoniano. I think that's how you say it. And this is a song they wrote. It came out on Bob Keane's Delphi label. Yes, Delphi Records, the same label that Richie Valens had all his records. And I like Richie Valens too, I do. But I first heard this on the Norman Night Train show when I was in high school back in the early 1970s. Let's go to September of 58, and it's a record as old as your host, Johnny G. These are the Shadows on Delphi Records for Joe Shacatano. It's called Under Stars of Love for Joe.
A kiss in the night, a thrill of delight, makes me want to hold you nightly. In the still of the night,
Going out to Joe Shacatano in our YouTube chat room. That's the sound of the Shadows. Yes, Reed, a.k.a. they would later record after this release as the Carlos Brothers on the Delphi record label. That's their debut single, September 1958, as the Shadows on Delphi. Under Stars of Love is the name of the tune. That's on Styrene. Didn't play so bad. As we move into 1959 now, and Charlene, you got a typo there. You got to fix that. As was it last week? I think I played a request for a listener, Indrajit Advani. I played the debut single for this group. I think they were from Washington, D.C. They were called the Starlighters on George Golner's N label. It's 12 o'clock. But Jimmy Amato, I guess that inspired him to request their, is this their second? I don't know, Charlene, second or third. I'll say their second. It's second of three on the N record label. The tune, again, written by the lead singer of the group. His name is Alan Van McCoy. Let's go to July of 1959. This is for Jimmy Amato. I think this is their third, Charlene. This is for Jimmy Amato, the Starlighters on the N label. It's called I Cried. This is for Jimmy, the Starlighters.
And I laid my head down on my pillow. Then my tears began to flow, and I cried. I cried. shall eternity. There'd be no one else. There'd be only me. But I cried. I cried over you. You said that you would love me, but then you left me with a broken heart. You said that you'd be faithful, but what can I do now that we're apart? Now with my heart in pain, 'cause I've loved in vain, just can't dry my eyes since you said goodbye. I've cried, I've cried, I've cried over you.
That's the second of three for the Starlighters there. I don't know why. I guess because I got confused because I'm looking at the release of it's 12 o'clock, which was what was that? I think the date was in here. Maybe I'm just losing my mind, but this, or maybe because I see 69. I don't know. But those are the Starlighters. That's for Jimmy Amato. Evidently, Jimmy Amato isn't in the chat tonight, so I hope he is okay. The Starlighters there on N Records, I Cried. That is with Van McCoy on lead. Let's stay in 1959. We fill a request for listener Ronnie Sherman. These copyright police are out here now. Maybe because that was a Van McCoy song. I don't know. I have another one closing the show with a Van McCoy tune. This group called the Cashmeres. Now, no one seems to know what Cashmere's group this is. The label is out of Brooklyn, New York. It's on the ACA label. It stands for Associated Circuits of America Record Distribution, whatever that is. Now, the song was arranged by Leroy Kirkland, who was associated with the Cashmeres on the Mercury label, as Kirkland had written, I think, My Sentimental Heart back in 1954. But this group has been proven to be an entirely different group from that group, according to Marv Goldberg. So I don't know. I don't know what else to say about this. If anybody does know, you can email Johnny G at vinyltreasures@aol.com. But this is from September 59. It's for Ronnie Sherman. The Cashmeres on ACA. It's called Stair Steps to Heaven. This is for Ronnie.
Stair steps to heaven.
How many times does an angel speak to me? And oh, how wonderful it seems to be. And every time you call my name, I seem to be climbing stair steps to heaven. How many times does an angel smile at me and say I understand? And every time you hold my hand, I seem to be climbing stair steps to heaven. You came like a light from above, beaming on my heart. And every time I
feel like I'm riding on a star. How many times has an angel kissed me and say I love you so? And every time your lips meet mine, I seem to be climbing, climbing steps to heaven. I'm climbing steps to heaven. I'm climbing steps to heaven. Oh yeah.
That's going out to listener Ronnie Sherman there. September 59 release there for the Cashmeres. The Cashmeres on the ACA label, Stair Steps to Heaven. I have that also. Is it Ike Perry? Is it Ike Perry and the lyrics on the Bridges label? Is that the same song? I think, maybe. I don't know. But anyway, I have it here over here on the table here to play. But let's continue here in 1959. We are in Vinyl Treasure Overtime. Again, if you're new to the program, just finding out about the Vinyl Treasure show. This is my third show of the week. And it's our 1950s and early 60s show. Big show tonight. Thank you all for tuning in to the program tonight. I'll be back next Saturday night, but I'll be back Wednesday evening at 9 p.m. for Soul 45's out of my collection from the 1960s. And then Thursday afternoon, I've been playing the 78s. Some early sides, but they go into, like, I close out at 1957 or 58. They just sound so great. I got some nice mint copies that I picked up in a trading 3 Beatle albums with Glenn Fowsell long time ago. But let's continue in 1959. It's a request for listener Oldies Fan, a.k.a. Joe Smith, in our YouTube chat room. This is on Bill Shepard's Apex record label. This is their first release on the Apex label, their first of 6. Co-written by the label owner. It features Millard Edwards on lead. You probably heard this, Donald McGee. I'm sure you hear this over when you tune in on your local radio station there. This used to be played on local radio a long time ago, but no more. April 1959, going out to Oldies Fan. The Shepherds on the Apex label. It's called Island of Love.
I have heard of an island where young lovers often go. They say it's wonderful, so much. I wanna go. I wanna go. Because I've read about it, heard about it, talked so very much about it. That's where we belong. They say on moonlit nights, when the stars are oh so bright, you can hear the seashells at night singing love. Oh, beautiful. I wanna go. About it, that's where we belong. All of my life, I have loved, but never, no, not like this before. All of my life, I have waited. Like you do, all through the night, I dream I hold you tight on an island, yes, an island of love. Love.
That's going out to Oldies fan in our YouTube chat room. That's Millard Edwards and the Shepherds from April 1959 on Bill Shepard's Apex label. Island of Love is the name of the tune. Of course, they got other great records. I Feel Like Lovin', and Tragic, one with it without an echo, and with an echo, I think, on VJ. And also, I got to thank Bill. Thank you, Bill, for that. As we continue here, we move into 1960 with a request for Janet W. in our YouTube chat, and she told me, or she emailed Johnny G to request this. It was her husband's favorite song, as this group is out of Los Angeles, California. They were formed by Rochelle Henderson. Now, this is their debut single, came out on Hunter Hancock's Swingin' label in October of 1960, and this was the group's biggest hit. This charted number 28 on Billboard, 27 on Cashbox, 20 on the Billboard R&B chart. This was a number one record on KELP in El Paso, Texas. Their first of four on the Swingin' label. It features Johnny Wyatt on lead. Let's go to October 1960 by special request for Janet in our YouTube chat room. Rochelle and the Candles with their classic. It's called Once Upon a Time.
Once upon a time, there was a little girl, the sweetest little girl in this whole wide world. She was mine once upon a time. Once upon a time, there was a love set down to earth from the angels above. That love was mine. Oh, once upon a time, once upon a time. The story that I tell, I know it oh so well. It's not a fairy tale, and it's really, really true. Blood, love, love and laughter, and they live happy ever after. Who would believe it's true? Would you? Once upon a time, there was a heart so happy and so gay. Right from the start, that heart was mine. Oh, once upon a
The only bad thing about that record is it's on styrene. That's the only bad thing, but it's a killer record it is. And that is by request for Janet W. in our YouTube chat room. That says she's American made in our chat room. Thank you, Janet, for requesting that. Her husband's favorite tune, that's Rochelle and the Candles. That's Johnny Wyatt on lead. As their first of 4 on the Swingin' label from October of 1960, Once Upon a Time. Let's continue in 1960. Fill a request for Liam in Australia as we go back to Brooklyn, New York. This tune co-written by the lead singer of the group. His name is Sean Syville. And I bought this at the when I was over. I used to go to Rockland County. They used to have a flea market at the 303 Drive-In. And I used to go there with my aunt in the late 1970s to look for 45's. And that's where I found this record from May 1960. Let's give a listen to the Zebulons. The Zebulons on the Cub label. This is for Liam in Australia. It's called Falling Water.
Falling water, falling water.
There you go. That's by request. By request for Liam in Australia, May 1960. Those are the Zebulons. The Zebulons on the Cub label. Falling Water is the name of the tune. That's Sean Syville. He's the lead singer on that. Now, the very first time he heard his song on the radio, he was in prison for beating someone up who wanted to be a member of his group. And he was convicted on circumstantial evidence, but he spent, I think, like 6.5 years behind bars. And after serving his time, he became an investigator for New York City's finance department. But there you go. He was the lead singer there on the Zebulons' Falling Water. Let's stay in 1960. Fill a request for listener Josue Perez in our YouTube chat room. There is no info on this group, and I think, though, they're out of New York. And they had this one release on the Andy record label. This label would eventually become Rust Records. But this song, I think it dates back to somewhere in 1947. But they're called The Holidays. The Holidays from January 1960 on the Andy label. This is for Josue Perez in our YouTube chat room. It's called The Stars Will Remember for Josue.
Ooh, ooh. will remember the night we said goodbye. The stars will remember, so will I. That's a token, a kiss that brought us sight. The stars will remember, so will I. And now the stars and I, we stroll a lonely lane, and in my solitude I hear you call my name. The world may forget as time goes passing by. The stars will remember, so will I.
Johnny G getting caught here. Hold on, folks. I gotta put the things on right here. If I put it on wrong, I'm changing this needle because I gotta change it for this record. Unfortunately, I do have to change it for this record. Apologize for that. There you go. What a great tune that is. The Holidays from January 1960. On the Andy record label, that's by request for Josue Perez in our YouTube chat room. The Stars Will Remember. Great tune there for that. Let's stay in 1960. Let's fill a request for Adrian Viterbo. And I have to apologize for the way this 45 will sound, but unfortunately, all the 45s sound like this. It's got a poor, I don't know what it is, how they press this record up, but there was a pressing plant, Reed, you may know more about it, in San Francisco, California, that pressed these up, and they are horrible. They're out of Oakland, California, and they play pretty bad. Now, I won this. This is really a rare record. It's more common on the Maroon label, which is the same song, but not on the Yellow label. And then there's another, I have the other press too, so we'll listen to that too. But I won this in a Jeff Beckman auction when he was selling out his collection. As I mentioned, there's two different versions of this song, but I think this is the best version. And this is a request for listener Adrian Viterbo in our YouTube chat room. The group is called Maury Williams and the Kids. And they had a prior release in 1958 on the TV label, or maybe you own it on Carlton Records. I have both. A song called Are You My Girlfriend? But this is so much rarer than that 45. This is on the Luck label out of Oakland, California. And this song is the same if you own the Maroon copy. It's the same song, but it's from October 60. Maury Williams and the Kids on Luck. This is for Adrian. It's called Time Runs Out for Adrian.
Time runs out. Love is hard to find. Time runs out. Love is hard to find. I hope and pray, darling, you'll be
So there you go. That is by request for Adrian Viterbo in our YouTube chat room. That's October 1960. Maury Williams and the Kids on the Luck label, Time Runs Out. Now there is another version of this that is also, I don't know which one is rare, but you can tell the difference because of the space in the dead wax. This second one has a larger dead wax space there, and it still plays like that one. But this is a mint copy here. I think I bought this from somebody that the big place down in Atlanta, Georgia, that used to sell on eBay. But let's listen to the second version of this and see, it's different. Listen, this is the second version of that tune. Listen.
Time runs out. Love is hard to find. Time runs out. Love is hard to find. I hope and I pray, darling, you'll be mine, 'cause I love you. Oh, and time runs out. Oh, time began when I first met you, dear. After I said you are my future, dear, 'cause I love and time runs Time began when I first met you, dear. Sigh often I said you are my future, dear, 'cause I love and time runs out. Time runs
That's a different version. I think that's the rare version too, if I'm not mistaken. But there you go. Two different versions of Maury Williams and the Kids from October 1960 on the Luck label out of Oakland, California. It's called Time Runs Out. As time is running out on Johnny G here, as we are here very late here, and I got a little bit of a late start here, but I had to add, the mistake was we missed requests that I sent to Charlotte. We missed them, so I had to go find them, and I did add them in. So anyway, let's continue here in 1961. Now, this is a request for listener Bob Hannes, who left. He will hear this on the archive. Wants to send this one out to Charlene, this group called the Vidals. Now, Lenny, you asked the question. This is not the same group from Providence, Rhode Island. It is the same name, but that Providence, Rhode Island group recorded for the Roadie, J&S, and Cap labels. And that included Vinnie Poncia and Peter Anders. This is a black vocal group that nobody has, probably, I guess, out of Cincinnati, Ohio. And they have this lone release that came out on the Early record label. This is from August 61 by request for listener Bob Hannes, sending it out to Charlene. These are the Vidals on the Early label, another rare 45. It's called I Wish. That is very haunting, but a cool tune. Greg sold me that 45, he did. Those are the Vidells by request for Bob Hanna, sending it out to Charlene Whiteside, August 61. It's on the early record label. The song is called I Wish. As we continue here in 1961, let's fill a request for listener Big Dave Swinger. This is a duet with Eugene Washington and Wendell Jones, and they have 3 releases on the on the Raystar record label, based out of Los Angeles, California. This tune written and produced by Stephen Vanette, and a girl group is backing them up. They also have a release on the label. They're called the Sweethearts. The Sweethearts backing them up. May 1961. They are Gene and Wendell by request for Big Dave. Gene and Wendell and the Sweethearts on Raystar. It's called From Me to You for Big Dave.
My love is true. Let's give love a try. From me to you, I give my heart, and please don't tear it apart. Accept my love. My dear, I'm yours, heart and soul, forever yours, to have and to hold. From me to you. My heart is overflowing with love for you, and all those precious things that only love can do. There could be so much happiness if you'd only say yes. Give our love a chance to live. My head is spinning, round and round. Build me up, don't let me down. From me to you. From me to you. Me to you.
B-sides here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. There you go, by request for listener Big Dave Swinger. That's Gene and Wendell along with the Sweethearts there. That's the flip side of the Roach that was made popular in that John Waters movie Hairspray, plus other records in that movie. But it's the flip side here. Song entitled From Me to You. A nice ballad there from May 61 on the Raystar record label. Let's stay in 1961. Let's fill a request for my number one California listener, Matey Campboy. We go back to Bob Keene's Not Delphi label, Donna record label for this singer from Los Angeles, California. He only had 1 release. His real name was Bobby Dominguez, Dominguez, that's what it was. Bobby Dominguez was his real name, but he changed it to Bobby Domino, much easy, of course. And not much else is known about him, but he co-wrote this tune from March of 61. This is going out to Matey Campoy, Bobby Domino on Donna. It's called Your Love for Me. This is for Matey. That's by request from Matey Campoy, the sound of Bobby Domino and group backing him up. It's on Bob Keene's Donna record label from March 61. Your Love for Me is the name of the tune. We stay in 1961. We fill a request for listener Josue Perez. Excuse me. This group, originally from Bakersville, California, they were called the Paradons. They had a big hit in 1960 with a song called Diamonds and Pearls on the Milestone record label. But after Milestone, they had a release in November 61 on the Toughest label, which unfortunately I do not have the first press of this, but I do have the second press because a month later it was released on Kim Fowley's Superb label as the Trend Tones. And this is going out by request for Josue Perez, December 61, the Trend Tones, aka the Paradons, on Superb with Never Again.
Never again will I trust you, or will you hurt me or make me a fool? No, never again. Never again will I sit and cry because you told me so many lies. No, never
Never again will I touch your lips or be fooled by your Judas kiss. No, 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 never again. No, 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 never again. No, 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 never again.
That's a cool tune, I have to say that. I wish I had it on the Toughest label. I have it on the second label, Superb, as by the Trentones there. Originally done by the Paradons. December 61, that's by request for Josue Perez in our YouTube chat room. The Trentones, Never Again is the name of the tune. Let's continue here with a flip side request from last week. Charlene, was it Paul Michelle that requested the flip side here? I don't. Last week I featured this group from Glen Cove, Long Island. They were known as the Time Tones, and their June 61 release on the Atco record label called Pretty Pretty Girl. It was Daryl Letts and Steve in Arizona that requested the flip side. It was co-written by the lead singer of the group. His name is Roger LaRue. Roger LaRue. This is from June 61. The Time Tones on the Atco label. It's called I've Got a Feeling for Daryl and Steve.
Oh, I've got a feeling that you don't love me no more. Your kisses are not the same. Tell me who's to blame. Now you're running hard every time I knock at your door. If you don't want me, tell me so, and I'll have to let you go. You know you mean all this world to me. I need you like the flowers need rain. My heart in pain, was it all in vain to be in love with you this way? Oh, I've got a feeling that you don't love me no more like I do, that you don't need me no more like I do. I was a fool to love you so.
That's by request for Daryl Letts and Steve in Arizona. That's the flip side of Pretty Pretty Girl, requested by Paul Michelle last week. And that is the great flip side, a great two-sided 45 from June 61, the Time Tones. That's Roger LaRue on lead. Came out on the Atco label. It was recorded for Times Square Records. They leased out the master to Atco Records. I've Got a Feeling is the name of the tune. 3 more 45s to go before we sign off here on the Vinyl Treasures show. Let's fill a request for listener Matey Campboy in California. Last week I featured this girl group, a request for a Janet, their debut single on the G record label, Dearest Darling. They were called the Rosebuds. I think this is the same group, this time on the Bob Wynn label. This tune written by Eddie Singleton and Robert Lane. I think this is the same group. This is Tico Wilshire and the orchestra providing the instrumentation. We go to October 62 for Matey Campboy, the Rosebuds on Bob Wynn. It's called Harry Baby. That's going out to Matey Campboy there. They're called the Rosebuds. That is not the same group on the G record label. I will tell you that. That record was from, 57? Here they are, 62. They wouldn't get younger sounding, I would say. This is a totally different group, but it's out of New York on the Bob Wynn label, October 62 for Matey Campboy, the Rosebuds with Harry Baby. Two more 45s to go before we sign off here. And here we stay in 62 with a request for Paul Michelle, wishing Paul a belated happy birthday, Paul. Hope you had a great day on your birthday. And this group, originally from Danbury, Connecticut, they have an LP. It's a very rare LP. I think I have it. I bought it from Spence. I better be original because I paid a lot of money for the record. I got to find it. But they recorded for a Saul Goodman's Record Fair label. Their album came out on the Dundee label, and a lot of those songs Val Shively put out on his what is that label he put out, that pink label that I'm losing my mind. He put out a label where he put out some album cuts and unreleased things. But it's an excellent album, I will say. But Paul requested a cover tune. Lots of records on that LP are cover tunes. But this was originally done by Jerry Butler and the Impressions back in 1958. And this is their second of two on the Record Fair record label. From June 62, it features William Tucker on lead. This is by request for Paul Michel. The Highlights on Record Fair with their rendition of the tune For Your Precious Love. This is for Paul Michel.
For your precious love means more to me than any love could ever be. For when I wanted you, I was so lonely, so blue, but love with you. Darling, I'm so surprised. Oh, when I realized that you were fooling me. Darling, they say that our love won't grow, but I just want to tell them that they don't know. For as long as you're in love with me, our love will grow higher, deeper than any sea. And of all the things that I want in this whole wide world is just for you to say that you'll be my girl. And wanting you, I'm lonely and blue. So lonely. What love will do.
Cover tunes here as we close down the Vinyl Treasures show. Those are the highlights by request for listener Paul Michel from June 62. That is their second of two on the Record Fair record label, doing the Jerry Butler and the Impressions tune For Your Precious Love. Well, that's going to do it, folks, for Johnny G and the Vinyl Treasure show, as we had a marathon show here, and I had two extra records that I really wanted. I should have really cut it down a little bit more, but I found all the records early. And I just decided I said, well, let me see, maybe I talk too much sometimes, but you like my stories. I know you do. Some people don't, but most people do. So I hope you enjoyed the show tonight. And if you missed any of the show, it'll be on momentarily on YouTube. The chat has been coming on really quick, like within 3 hours or so. Maybe it's the low latency that they want me to use it on. I don't know if that's the case with YouTube, but I haven't yet posted. There's I know I have a lot of listeners that like to go to my website, vinyltreasures.net. You can download the stream. There's a lot of shows there that go back a long time on my website. It's not much of a website. I can't even change it anymore with Yahoo. They don't let me do it. But if somebody wants to help me put together a website, I'm all ears. I really am. But thank you all for being here. I hope you enjoyed the show. Thank you for all your requests. Again, if you have requests, you can send them to me at vinyltreasures@aol.com. That is the contact for all things dealing with records and other things. So again, I will be back next Saturday night beginning at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. We're here on Oldies and More Radio with the overtime. And then Wednesday night, I have the Soul Show at 9 p.m., all 60s soul records out of my collection, and they love the 78s. So I will be back with the 78s on Thursday afternoon at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. That is a day show from 1 to 3:30 or so. That's how it goes. So thank you all again for being here. Thank you, Charlene, again for all your help, as we're going to close the show tonight with a request for UK listener Indrajit Advani, and he wants to send this one out to Matey Campboy. This group from Stamford, Connecticut, first recorded for the Phillips label as the Four Buddies. That was back in 1963. But this is a release they did on the Imperial record label, the tune written and produced by Van McCoy. Now, the lead singer on this, his name is Richard Vaughn. And this charted number 9 on WWIN in Baltimore, Maryland. Our closer tonight is a request for UK listener Indrajit, sending it out to Matey. February 64, the Four Buddies on Imperial with I Want to Be the Boy You Love. It's a good ballad. Anyway, folks, I'm out of here. And I guess I'll see some of you on Wednesday evening, if not Thursday afternoon. I know I'll see many of you then, if not next Saturday. So don't forget your requests. And it's going to do it, folks. Again, everybody have a safe and happy week. And I will see you next time right here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Just want to say, everybody, so long for Matey.
Oh,